Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Croomer, and this is season 6, episode 1, part 3, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. And we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is African hair braider victim Jessica Odom shares what happened. Immigrants face 100 years to life. Face 10 years to life. That called himself kidnapping her. So she shares her story. Then we got African nurse deported after not obtaining citizenship for 30 years. Where's the Pan-Africanism? Ja Rule says he got sucker punched at Brandy and Monica concert. The story of Biddy Mason, how a slave became the first Black millionaire. Hispanics exposed for anti-Black racism on job sites in California. FBA Americans file lawsuits. Illegal immigrant news. And unhoused neighbor news. And local Denver news. Oh, I forgot the James Smalls thing. Old boy did a quick video on that, so I'll probably play that. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line and Black First perspective. We are part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Front Line campaign. Front Line Blacc News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 10 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago, and is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the show, the broadcast family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News, Frontline Blacc News 2, my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Croomer, the RBA Lady Chase channel. Please make sure y'all sub up to the RBA. Hopefully Lady Chase will be doing RBA sometime this week. And then Jay Militant's What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. He just went live about an hour or so ago, so make sure y'all check that out. Our brother Kukizi out of Mount Bello, Denver, Colorado. His GoFundMe is in the, not GoFundMe, his YouTube channel link is in the description. Then we got the Church of Black Power, brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His YouTube link is also in the description. And last but certainly not least, our brother Black Truth United. His YouTube link is also in the description. Then we also have the petition for reparations. Please sign it. We got GoFundMe's for several people. One of them was Black Votes on Reloaded. May he rest in power. We just buried him about a month ago. So his GoFundMe is still in the description. Then we got Davion Canty, Black student who was expelled or withdrawn from Texas University for mocking the death of racist white supremacist Charlie Kirk. His GoFundMe is in the description. Brother out of South Carolina, Greg Marshall Dixon, helped him seek justice after 10 years of dedicated teaching. His GoFundMe is in the description. Chicago family whose mom was attacked by students GoFundMe is also in the description. And last but certainly not least, we got Lady Chay's GoFundMe is also in the description. We got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition, and all 9 or 10 areas of human activity. And that was by Nellie Fuller Jr., who transitioned back in February of this year, 2025, at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court. Also by Nellie Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And racism and supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned back in January of 2016. So those are the topics. Let me see, I hit that like and subscribe button. I'm about to hop right into it with an update on the African Braider victim. Shout out to Uncle Phil, who was able to get the video. The whole time. I really hope I wasn't muted that whole time. I'm gonna go back and listen. No, I wasn't. Okay. He was kind of out of order. Here we go.
I wanted to give an update, to the story of the brawl that happened over $50, right, with the braiding. Well, there's a sister that was in the video, the one that she was being held hostage, literally, for $50 by those 3 women. I want you to check out what she had to say, but I really want to get into those charges that those women have. Let's go ahead and check that out.
I just wanted to get my hair done. I want to go home.
For Jessica Odom, it's not the hairstyle she'll remember. It's what happened after the appointment.
I done paid you exactly what you asked for. Let my hair go.
I don't care.
Let my hair go.
I don't care.
She says she walked in to get hands, expecting a quick appointment, and shaken, confused, missing a piece of her hair, and holding a video she'd never dreamed she'd need to record.
I looked in the mirror. I loved my hair. And I went in my purse. I grabbed the $200 in cash, and I gave it to the Braider. She started speaking their language, which I don't know what ethnicity they are, but she went over to the owner, which they refer to as mama, and she gave her the money, and then she hopped up and she was like, no, this is $200.
Odom says everything started normally. A few texts, a clear plan, and a $200 agreed upon price.
Let my hair go.
We cannot leave you because
Man, I'm finna sue you, bro. I'm finna sue you.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot you too.
I said sue.
But once the stylist was finished, she says the tone shifted. Odom says suddenly the stylist demanded more money. And that's when everything changed.
She told me to just give her $30 and I leave, or if not, go sit in the chair and we'll put the hair out. I said, you're not cutting my hair out, and I'm not giving you anything extra. I paid you your $200. I'm leaving. She was like, no, you're not leaving. So she turns and she locks the door.
She says she spent nearly an hour struggling with 3 women, calling police as she tried to get out.
Yeah, record me. I know. I said, if you can take.
We went to the salon for their side of things. They declined to comment. Birmingham police say they're aware of the video and detectives are reviewing the case.
Charges will be pressed, and I am filing a lawsuit.
Now, that video was taken before the women were charged, but we know the women was charged with first-degree kidnapping. They were immigrants here in America, and also third-degree assault. But the question I have with this, the mentality, and like I said, we've seen this mentality with a lot of immigrants, a lot of Asian immigrants doing the exact same thing. We've seen the African immigrants doing the exact same thing. It's like they never experienced money before, and they have the scarcity mentality. Now, you leave your homeland, come over here, and in your homeland, they don't believe in mass incarceration. The African continent don't believe in that, okay? I'm not saying you won't go to jail, but they don't just look to mass incarcerate you. They don't. So you leave your homeland where you don't have mass incarceration, come to the land of mass incarceration. And I know these things are done in your homeland. So you bring in the culture that you already had over there, over here. And not studying the culture and the laws over here, okay? You act this way about $50 and say, you know what, just give me 30 then. You held it for ransom for $30. That's what you wanted after all that, $30. Okay. You get a charge, all three of you, get no bail. You know why you get no bail? Because of the kidnapping charge. If it was just a little fist fight, there'd be no big deal, right? But the kidnapping charge. And then you're in the state of Alabama, of all states. If you had any common sense, you probably would have went to New York somewhere. Not to say you won't get charged with something in New York, but New York City is a little bit more friendly to immigrants than, let's say, the South would be. Let's call it what it is. That charge carries 10 to life. So you left your homeland, set up a braiding shop. You agreed to $200. When the woman finished, you say you want $250 or you're not going to let her leave. And then you say $230. You did all of that to get a charge that if you convicted, you'll get 10 to life. All that immigrating, all that mess you went through, and for what? For in the end, $50. So now you're sitting in jail for $50. You held a woman locked in for $50. That was not a good choice. And then you got a lot of sisters making videos talking to Sister Jessica here. And a lot of the sisters are saying, well, see, we told y'all not to be going to their braiding shops. We told y'all. But y'all don't want to listen. The sisters will keep saying that. Listen, I don't get my hair braided, so I can't relate to that. But I can listen to what the sisters have to say and see certain videos. And then, when like I said before, when a lot of sisters were saying they were going to boycott, everybody was copping pleas and saying, and I'm not saying every African shop is doing this. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is it's a customer service issue. And y'all need to learn customer service. If you agree to $200, then that's what you honor. If something changes before you do that, before you do the service, you say, hey, I quoted you for synthetic hair, but human hair is going to cost $50 more. You want the human hair or you want to keep it at the synthetic price? Then at that point, it's her choice. She may say, no, keep it at synthetic. I'm good. But y'all put human hair and didn't tell her about the $50 upcharge. That's on y'all. And expecting her just to go pay for it. That makes a person feel like they're getting hustled and scammed. And nobody want to get scammed out here for your money. Bad customer service. You understand what I'm saying? Bait and switch. And then you want to fight and hold her hair and lock her in. That is so dumb. You're facing 10 to life, 10 years in prison to life behind that. Well, I guess you'll be braiding hair in prison, I guess. But you good look at holding their hair and doing that in prison. You're going to have a whole different awakening in the jail. I just for the life of me, I can't understand that. All for $50. And the crazy part is the woman gave you the $200 in cash. So it's not like she didn't even pay you anything. She paid you what the original agreement is, and you still acted a fool. That's the sort. So you get convicted, you deserve it. If it happens. Next time when you're behind, tell your family when they come over here, learn the laws, learn the culture, and don't be acting like that for $50 when you had $200 sitting there. If anything, he's like, you know what? I put human hair in, but hey, give me a good recommendation. But next time you come in, if I do human hair, I'm gonna have to charge you the extra 50. You know what you would have said? I know our people are like, oh shoot, man, thank you. I mean, you know, I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna come back. And then hit it with the 250 next time. You don't sit up there and attack people because you messed up in pricing. That's not how we get down over here. That's why I've told so many of them, leave that culture you got at the door. But when you bring in a bunch of different cultures, that's what happens. That's the get down. But they're going to learn the hard way. They're going to learn the hard way. And a lot of them better get some act right because they're going to be sitting in jail with them as well.
I agree with what Uncle Phil said. Now these moms are going to be facing 10 years to life behind $50. Stupid ass tellers. They thought that they was in their homeland. They could do what they was doing in their homeland. No, it don't work like that over here. So we'll keep you updated on their sentencing. In other news, African nurse deported after not obtaining citizenship for 30 years. 30 years. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that as well.
I live in a
Now, this particular story is getting on my last nerve about this particular woman who's a nurse. She immigrated here about 30 years ago. She's originally from Sierra Leone. Now, I want you to hear this full story about how she got deported. And it's so many issues with this. Let's go check this out.
Mohammed Ghali's mom is his best friend. The two bought this home together in Bowie, Maryland, and he's now worried she won't return after being deported earlier this month.
And I felt defeated, felt like I failed my mom.
You felt like you failed her?
I felt like I failed her, just, do anything for my mom.
His mom, Ramatu Kuyate, came to Maryland 30 years ago, fleeing Sierra Leone's civil war. Mohammed was born here in the U.S. and says his grandparents joined them here and became citizens. Kuyate became a citizen, but was a nurse with a work permit and was required to check in with ICE every year. But things quickly changed during her July check-in.
And they called her to the back, and they said, yeah, Rabiati, you have an order of removal, so, we're detaining you. I mean, my heart just broke.
Did you think that she would see your mother again when they took her that day?
Yes, I was optimistic, I was hoping I'd be able to, see what we could do about getting her released that day.
But he would not see her face-to-face again. After several days, she was moved to an ICE facility in Louisiana, where she was held for months, according to her attorney.
Honestly, I don't think anyone expected her to be detained just because nothing had changed with her circumstances.
Immigration attorney Hannah Bridges represents Kuyate and says while she was held in Louisiana this past September, a judge granted an order saying she could not be sent back to Sierra Leone, where she says her client had been tortured. Bridges says the U.S. immediately began exploring other countries to send her to, which she also tried to fight in court with requests for hearings.
Those requests went unacknowledged.
Are you concerned that her civil rights were violated during this process?
Absolutely.
How so?
She should have been given notice and an opportunity to seek protection from removal to a third country. And the government had multiple opportunities to do this.
Bridges says earlier this month, Kuyate was flown from the U.S. to Ghana, a country she's never been to before.
Hi, Mom.
Mohammed called his mother in Africa while we were with him. She says her wrists and ankles are swollen from being shackled for the 10-hour flight. She said some others had it even worse.
There was another guy on the floor. That guy, they trained him from the head down to the feet. They said if you don't cooperate with us, that's how we're going to tie you.
Kouyaté told the I-team she and other deportees were sent to a hotel in Ghana. She says she was there for 6 days before this happened. A bus arrived to take her to Sierra Leone, even though an American judge ordered she could not be sent there. Her attorney says she was ultimately sent there anyway, although she resisted.
That's when they dragged me. So they bumped the back of my head.
The I-team obtained multiple videos of the dragging that were sent to her family. Kouyaté believes the people in the green uniforms worked for Ghana's government. These are pictures of some of the injuries she says she sustained after the dragging. The video went viral overseas, and several media outlets in West Africa reported that the Sierra Leone High Commission, which is like its embassy in Ghana, said it's aware of the incident and will investigate. We asked the Ministry of the Interior for Ghana about this. They acknowledged our email, but didn't answer our questions. We received no response from Sierra Leone officials.
I consider America my home. It's like I built relationships there.
Kouyaté says she's safe for now in an undisclosed location in Sierra Leone, as her family sits in the home she owns in Bowie, wondering what her future holds and if she will ever come back again.
Do you feel like the U.S. government has failed your mom?
Yes, 100%.
Boy, it's so much that we got to talk about here. Let's talk about just the obvious. This particular, a woman, she was here 30 years, and she was a nurse. She wasn't working 30 years as a housekeeper. She wasn't working 30 years as just someone that's just doing odd jobs, working at Walmart, low paid jobs. Okay. She was actually a nurse making good money here in the United States. The other two family members that came here, the elders, they got their citizenship. Why didn't she get hers? Be honest with you, they need to be more so looking at her. I'm talking about the family and say, Mama, why didn't you get your citizenship? You had the money. Listen, you had nursing money. You can afford the lawyers. You can afford everything to get it. If the elders over here got their citizenship and you don't, like, that would annoy me to have to go see ICE every year. That would annoy the hell out of me. When I got the money, listen, there are immigrants who can't afford it. Be honest with you, okay, immigrants that can't. They work working class jobs, so they can't afford to spend the thousands of dollars what it takes to become a citizen. But that's not her situation. Some people like to drag their feet. Some people like to be procrastinate or whatever, right? And then for the son to say, well, the U.S. government failed your mama. No, sir. Your mama failed herself because she, in 30 years, did not go get that citizenship. But once again, your grandma and grandpa got it. They didn't wait 30 years. They took care of their business. So no, you got to get at mama for that one. Now, let's talk about another thing that was really we want to point out here with this story. So they deport her not to Sierra Leone, but to Ghana. Now, that that in itself is wrong because that third country stuff, you dropping people off in countries they've never been to, and they're not a citizen of. That's a whole messed up situation. But the government of Ghana said that, any Africans they want to deport, West Africans in particular, you can deport them here. But look, she's in a country that she not from. But after 6 days, they say, oh, nope, you're behind going to Sierra Leone. You're not staying here. You're not making a life in Ghana. And you protesting, but we going to drag you out and put you in this van and take your behind to Sierra Leone. And that's exactly where she's at right now in Sierra Leone. Okay. Now, granted, the time that she did come, they did have a civil war going on in Sierra Leone. That's not the case anymore. Okay. But here's the issue. What happened to Pan-Africanism? That video that we just saw was not Pan-Africanism. They know that she was kicked out of the United States. They know that. But see, let me get to immigrants here in this country, especially from the diaspora. When brothers and sisters have said you can't talk about us being unified and you're not unified in your homeland, that's that video right there is why some brothers and sisters say that to you. If we all supposed to work together as a diaspora, which we should, that tribalism in the African continent, that tribalism, what would that woman go, her being in Ghana wasn't going to hurt anything. Why were they going to drag her and do that? You understand what I'm saying? She actually has the skill. She's a nurse. So she actually can contribute to Ghana. She's not just coming there looking for some low skill labor job. So you may want to keep a nurse. I would. We need all the nurses we can get. But that was not Pan-Africanism on display. That was tribalism. Listen, if you got, and I said this before, if you get rid of that failed tribalism, and it's a failure because it doesn't produce anything. If you get rid of that failed tribalism, the African continent will be 1,000 times better. I'm telling you, overnight. But they keep this mess up. They keep it going. But then you have immigrants that come here from the diaspora want to tell Black America something about delineation. Show us the video where we are dragging an African immigrant, a Caribbean immigrant, anywhere or out of any place. We haven't done that to no African and Caribbean immigrants. You know, the immigrants we get is Rhoda Osmond, the brick lady. That's what we get. You know what I'm saying? Lying on a Black man and find out she did it. And now she got convicted. That's stuff I'm talking about. That was not Pan-Africanism. Now y'all need to send that video to Dr. Umar and ask him about Pan-Africanism. Since he said he the prince of it. Ask him about that video. He's a citizen of Ghana. Why don't he go and call Ghana about that, right? That wasn't right. But that's number 3. To the son. You saw that video happen to your mama. Why aren't you on the first plane to Sierra Leone right now to go check on your mama, bro? Why are you sitting in the living room in America talking about your mama and got your mama on the phone, but you won't go over there with your mama and make sure your mama good? Well, let's call it what it is. It's the truth. A lot of them immigrate here. They do not want to go back. Oh, no. Some from and the Caribbean from African Caribbean immigrants. It's from been Black Americans who've been there. They say, man, it's a beautiful place. Man, the food in African continent and Caribbean from Black Americans. But you talk to some immigrants that's here, man, that place is horrible. You don't want to be there. You are like really, bro? And you don't want to be there? How much money they make? They don't want to go back to their homeland. They want to stay right here. You watching your mama getting done bad out there. You don't go and check on your mama, make sure she good. How many times has your mama helped you, sir? It's time for you to step up and go help mama. That's kind of how I look at it. If it was my mama, I would have to go do something. But that video was not Pan-African. And if you take it, because now you got to duck and dodge Trump for another 3 years and a couple of months. Because you probably be home free. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this story, because it makes sense. You've been here 30 years, don't take care of your business, and you had the money to take care of it. But usually when people live like that, 30 years, they think it wouldn't happen to them. And it did. It's sad. It's sad. I really think it is. But take care of your business, folks. Take care of your business.
Sorry, y'all. I should have restarted this damn computer before I went live because this is acting real stupid. But yeah, I don't have no pity. You had 30 years to get your goddamn citizenship. And like Uncle Phil said, you had the means to do it. You had the means to hire the lawyers. You had the means to hire your immigrant defense fund, your only immigrant defense fund. So, yeah, you brought that shit on yourself. So I ain't got no pity. So, like you said, like, dude needs to do something about that. Her son, because even his grandparents got their citizenship, but the mama refused to get her citizenship after 30 years. So, yeah, I ain't got no pity. So I forgot this James Smalls topic. I'm gonna play what Street Media TV had to say about what Professor James Smalls said about FBA in the second interview. The V1 kitties are active again. They're all over the place. The hell with the Hodge twins. So Tariq Nasheed was accused of being an agent by Pan-African elders who fell with him.
State Department or Justice Department is.
You probably see Africans and African Americans,
but we don't know how much American State Department or Justice Department is involved in Foundation of Black America. Who's getting paid the money to say what they're saying? So what you're seeing ain't quite what you see, and that's only a piece of what you see. A black face don't mean you're the CIA, all right? A black face don't mean you ain't the FBI, okay?
Man, I want to be careful with my words because I love this elder, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And I got to call out the hypocrisy. I'm real careful of me. This person knew Malcolm X under Malcolm X. I'm talking about Elder Smalls and the comments that he made about FBA and what he said about Tariq Nasheed and in regards to FBA might be CIA control of that nature. I know that, for years, he's one of the elders that was pushing Pan-Africanism. He served under, man, the elders, the great elders of Pan, Dr. Henry Clark, that I hold in high regard, high esteem. But this is the thing that the FBA brothers and sisters are talking about today. 10, 12 years ago, all over Sinetta TV and everywhere else, they was already talking this stuff, right? This is the part where I'm confused with the elder because you had a problem with what Tariq Nasheed is saying, but you were saying all of these things.
He allowed people to have us deny our identity as African Americans while other Africans come from other places and try to assume that identity for economic reasons and political reasons, and yet do not ally themselves with the African American. The African community tend to ally themselves with the European American, not understanding what the historical relationship between the African American and the European American is, or the war, the cultural war and the spiritual war and the economic war and the political war that still exists between those two communities. So when you're an African from another place, you come and say, well, I can't get caught up in that, I'm here to make money, then you ally yourself with someone I'm at war with and wonder why I treat you a certain way. So you need to understand what you have just done. Besides this, you in your country, I would not go to Senegal and choose the side of the French against you. I would not come to Jamaica and choose the side of the Brits against you. So why would you come to America and choose the side of the white American for whatever reason, economic, political, cultural, or whatever, against me and my interests, and then tell me I'm unwelcoming to you? I welcome my friends and my brothers and sisters. I do not welcome my enemies, whether they look like me or not. Let some of the episodes in the epic history.
I've been in these spaces for a long time. Some of 50 years. Now you listen to this elder speak, right? Don't that sound like the same things that we've been saying? Don't that sound like the same way we've been holding these Africans and other groups coming here talking down? The elder, your comments is made in the past, but then turn around and say the FBA is government control. I'm confused. I'm really confused, right? To me, it may, I don't want to say it. Also saying,
oh, in Africa, right? You know, you got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African. Where's that at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
Slavery in America was something because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in European soldiers. After that, you understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Then you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people, the white man, they got to be against us. You know?
They are people.
We have a race, and then we have an ethnic place. We ethnically, we are African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called nation. Racially, we are together, but our economic enemy is just that. And at the end of the day, now we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, we had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomenon. Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana.
So y'all hear those talking points, right? So now these talking points that the FBA family is using is not new. Everything that he just said is what FBA been saying. So how could you make those statements against Pan-Africanism, knowing that we've been the only one practicing Pan-Africanism, right? Knowing that we was the ones holding all this stuff down. How could you say everything that, mind y'all, that's an old video. Shout out to Sinetta TV. I come up through Sinetta TV. Y'all see it, right? Way before FBA even existed, right? he was saying these talking points about Africa. He's a Pan-Africanist. He has a hotel in Africa. He lives in Africa. He knows they don't practice Pan-Africanism. He knows that they look down on us and think that they're better than us. All the talking points that we're saying today, he knows it. So, Elder, why when you hear the younger generation saying the things that we're saying, basically everything that you said in the past, right? We're echoing the sentiments that you said. How come you're saying this?
Getting those things accomplished. I know his need. So,
well,
Africans want to be free.
Thank you.
You know. But I'm glad to come and hang out with you for a minute, and we get to know each other. But we always knew each other.
Yeah,
we're Africans. We're fighting the same enemies, maybe a little different strategy. But the biggest thing they're trying to do is make sure that divide us in the West. It's not a rift between some Black Americans and some Africans. That's the U.S. State Department. It may have started out with but I don't even think it started out with a few young people. I think they started it. They tested the water with that first group, that lawyer woman from California and the man, and then somehow they got to Tariq Nasheed. If you remember, Tariq Nasheed was going in just the opposite direction a few years ago. Why did that U-turn occur? Now, like I said,
I was surprised because I watched all the Hidden Colors. That's where I discovered you, from the Hidden Colors, and I'm like, how did you move from the Hidden Colors to this? Like, it doesn't, yeah.
Well, he may not be an agent. He just may be disgusted and tired of thinking that he's being taken advantage of by his brothers and sisters from the continent because of his own ignorance. Just like the brothers and sisters from the continent think they're being taken advantage of when they come over here by some of us. And that's from a lack of relationship. And I'm telling you that the State Department and the American Immigration Department is right at the center of that.
So then, Elder, the question will have to be asked because Tariq Nasheed, so would that make you an agent? Were you an agent when you were speaking against Pan-Africans? Were you an agent when you out there take off and how some of them are fools and economically they are enemies? Were you an agent when you made those statements? Because I just showed the receipts. I showed the proof how to read an agent, and we're controlled by the State Department when echoing the same thing that you said years ago. We're following behind you. We heard what you said, and we said, you know what? We see the same thing. Sinetta brought it to the table because they don't participate. They can't. They're not joining in on the things that we did. Joining in on it. They're not joining in Pan-Africanism and practicing during the times of your day, right? So the question, so that they make you an agent? Because everything they're saying, I'm just separating, delineating, you already said. I just showed proof. So how in God's green earth could you turn around and say he may be an agent? But you wasn't even finished. It made it even worse saying this.
You can pay my respects to the family. We did this together. We need to learn more about one another's history. Because you can't fight a Tariq Nasheed unless you know history. Now, he's not a good historian, but he got enough facts because he's wrong. So you don't have to have the right facts. You have to have the right methodology to win a debate. But if you get the right facts, his methodology doesn't matter. I can beat him down, but that'll just be another two Black people fighting on the internet, and I refuse to do that. I've talked to him privately. I don't feel he has shown me shit about this issue. We'll find a more little thing, in one way, but this internet makes it a big thing. But you got to remember, the masses of our people ain't paying no kind of attention to the Tariq. The people who go with me on the trip to Africa, the working class people, the middle class people, the retired people, they don't give a shit about that. And even the young people who go to Africa, they're already Pan-Africanists. They ain't even thinking about him. They're angry with him. And I tell them, don't be angry. Find out what is stimulating that. Because if you don't find the causation, you're not going to solve that problem. And the cause is we need to do more together.
Now I'm gonna say this because I need to read Nasheed's response to this, because the thing is this. You know, I come up watching the elders, the James Smalls, the Dr. John Henry Clarks, all of them. I watched them all the kinds we need. I said Pan-Africanism need to be redone because nobody's practicing it but us. He even said it. Nobody's practicing Pan-Africanism. So why we're the ones opening up our arms and allowing everybody to come into the culture when they come and say that we don't even have a culture. Learning, understanding that in the Europe and all these different groups, they don't operate, they don't get along, but still we brown like Africa unite when they don't like each other. You're one country to the next, you are a foreigner. They're not practicing that. So when they come here, they're not connected to our struggle with pain. Government. You always talk about why the countries, the government. Come here, and they're the thumb down, those up, right? Talking about us, say we wanted you to be here. That's why you here. You're not here because the W man wanted you to be here. Are you serious? Going out somewhere, maybe something going on behind the scenes where maybe the elders feel some type of way about something, because this don't seem right. This don't seem right. I got all the receipts. I got all kinds of videos out now, and to come out of his mouth to say that he would be a Fed, or is it something? Is it something Elder Smalls that that we don't know and you don't want to say? Then if you're gonna come out and say that, then you just need to say it, right? Because you looking real crazy right now, and I don't like what he said. I want to know why you said it. Why did you feel compelled to have to come say that, knowing you said the same thing that Tariq is saying now? You said it. You've called the Africans out. You are a person that live in Africa with a hotel in Africa with experience amongst Africans, so you know. So why would you come out and say, somebody that's young enough to be your son that's echoing these things, why would you come out and say such harsh things like that, right? You got a generations of young people that are starting to wake up, they're starting to self-identify themselves. Well, it's just, hey, man, listen, man. Y'all got let me know what y'all think. I'm gonna end it because I don't want to be disrespectful to the elder, because I like the elder, right? I vehemently disagree with him though. Because you taught, and I just showed in the video, you taught us about the Africans and how they move and operate. You taught us that. But remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Yeah, something ain't right. Something ain't right. I don't know what the hell is going on with Elder Smalls, but he better get some straightening done, because there's no way in hell he gonna flip it and say that Tariq Nasheed's an agent when Tariq Nasheed is literally copying word for word what he was saying years back about the Africans that come over here. All Tariq did was put a name on it and call them tethers, and put a name on us besides African American and named us Foundational Black Americans. That's all he did. So the elder backtracking like a mug, and he's barking up the wrong tree, and he really don't want that smoke with FBA. So you better get it together. So shout out to Sincere Love to God. He has already set up an interview with the elder. to get some straightening done. So I'll keep y'all posted on that. As soon as that drops, I will do a commentary on it, either the same day or a couple days after. So we will see. So I'll keep y'all posted on that. In other news, we lost our another elder today. One of our oldest elders ever, and that was Viola Fletcher. She was 111, almost 112. I think she was either 111 or 112 years old. She was the last remaining Tulsa survivor, Tulsa Race Massacre survivor. So me and Lady Che met her brother back in 2023 when I was running for president. Mayor. Jumping the gun a bit. When I was running for mayor of Denver, Colorado, and he was a good dude. He ended up transitioning shortly after our meeting with him at 102. And so he wanted justice, just like his sister wanted justice, just like the other Tulsa survivor, Leslie Betterham. I don't remember what her name was. I know her first name was Leslie, but she passed away as well. So all the remaining Tulsa survivors are gone now. This is bad news, and they still have not received reparations. Their descendants have not received reparations. The Biden administration could have did something for them before Biden left office. Didn't do nothing. Kamala Harris could have did something. Didn't do nothing. So the next few clips are about Viola Fletcher passing away at the age of 111.
In your next top five, this just in 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre has died at the age of 111. Affectionately known as Mother Fletcher, she was only 7 when her Greenwood neighborhood was destroyed during the race massacre. In 2021, she testified before Congress, recalling what had happened on May 31st of 107 years old.
A Tulsa icon and one of only 2 remaining survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre passed away at the age of 111. Thanks for joining us. I'm Nathan Thompson.
And I'm Shay Rozzi. Fox 23 was there earlier this year when Mother Viola Fletcher celebrated her birthday, and we have a look back at her life of perseverance.
In May of this year, Mother Viola Fletcher celebrated her 111th birthday with a new smile, getting a new set of dentures. In 2023, she released a memoir with help from her grandson, Ike Howard, titled Don't Let Them Bury My Story. The oldest living fought for justice in the form of reparations for survivors and descendants. At the age of 109, she spent that birthday in court with the 2 other survivors at the time and the Justice for Greenwood movement.
Our very special guest, Mother Viola Fletcher, who is 100 here. She chose to be here for this hearing. They all chose to be here. She chose on her birthday because what she wants most for her birthday is justice.
The case made it to the Oklahoma Supreme Court, which Tulsa saying despite grievances being legitimate, they did not fall within the scope of our state's public nuisance statute. A couple of years earlier in 2021, 100 years since the massacre, she testified before Congress.
I'm here seeking justice, and I'm asking my country to acknowledge what happened in Tulsa in 1921. The night of the massacre, I was awakened by my family. My parents and 5 siblings were there. I was told we had to leave, and that was it. I will never forget the violence of the white mob when we left our home. I still see Black men being shot, Black bodies lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I hear the screams. I have lived through the massacre every day. I The country may forget this history, but I cannot.
Mother Fletcher says when her family was forced to move out of Tulsa, she didn't finish school past the 4th grade. Tulsa Mayor Monroe Nichols released out her quote, Mother Fletcher carried 111 years of truth, resilience, and grace, and was a reminder of how far we've come and how far we must still go. She never stopped advocating for justice for the survivors and descendants of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. And I hope we all can carry forward her legacy with the courage and conviction she modeled every day of her life.
Mother Fletcher's brother, Hughes Van Ellis, known as Uncle Red, passed away in October of 23.
That makes Leslie Benningfield Randall, known as Mother Randall, the only remaining survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre.
For more reaction on the passing of Mother Fletcher, we'll be sure to let you know of any public services for people to be able to pay their respects.
I'm asking my country to acknowledge what happened in Tulsa in the
Race Massacre. Now, her grandson, she loved life and people. The Tulsa Race Massacre was when a white mob destroyed Tulsa's Greenwood neighborhood, a thriving Black-owned business district at the time. Thousands of Black residents were arrested, robbed, beaten, and killed. I actually sat with Fletcher a few times over the years as she and other living survivors pursued a lawsuit against the city of Tulsa and other related departments, alleging they were complicit in the 1921 massacre and that its effects were still being felt today.
I think we should get justice to be fairer. I think the court should feel the same way.
In June, Oklahoma dismissed, which are remaining survivors should be compensated by the city for damage in her memory. He told me from that 1901.
For getting killed and houses, property, schools, churches, and stores getting destroyed with fire, and then someone in the neighborhood saying to leave the neighborhood, if not, we're going to kill all of the Black people. It just stays with me, you know. It's just the fear that I have lived in Tulsa since, but I don't sleep all night living there.
Yeah, so, oh God. R.I.P. to Mother Fletcher. Like, she still wanted justice in her twilight years of 110s. So there's only one survivor left, and her name is Leslie Bedingford, and she's 111 as well. So she's the last remaining survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre. So like we've been saying, they've been trying to wait them out, and then they can say, oh, well, there's nobody living that experienced this. But no, there's still one person left. Like I said, me and Lady Che met Viola Fletcher's brother, Van Hughes Ellis, here in Denver before he passed away, like literally months before he passed away. I was running for mayor of Denver. He was a good dude, and he wanted justice. He definitely wanted justice. And he was 102, so I just imagine when Miss Fletcher wanted, she being 107 at the time. So, yeah, it's still a traumatic event. They still have not received justice for this event, this massacre that occurred in 1921. So, there's one survivor, so maybe the Trump administration will do something. We'll see. But this is very unfortunate. Looks like they have another video. Let me play this other one.
The oldest known living survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre has died at age 111. Viola Ford Fletcher. You're seeing former President Obama sending out a tweet today saying, as a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre, Viola Ford Fletcher bravely shared her story so that we'd never forget this painful part of our history. Michelle and I are grateful for her lifelong work, advance in civil rights, and send our love to her family. So we have a special show tonight. Joining me now is Terry Bacc, often called the mayor of Greenwood for his work preserving the district's history. Let me go ahead and put him on screen right now. There he goes. Thank you so much for joining us out here. And also for people that don't know this, this is essentially Black Wall Street, another name for it. Now, reports say that she was one of the last people alive who witnessed the 1921 massacre firsthand. What part of her journey really captures the weight which she carried around for all of these years, Terry?
I believe it's just, her legacy of, letting the world know that she was, a part of it and that she survived it, and that, that she kept moving forward in life, although she went through such a tragedy as the massacre, and she was able to survive it.
Yes, and then also, too, I wanted to put some pictures on the screen as well for people to see. This is her right here, and you took these pictures. You met her in person. As viewers see these pictures, what kind of person was she to the Tulsa community?
I mean, she not only a treasure to Tulsa, but she's seen where President Barack Obama, sent his condolences. She was a national treasure. She went all the way to the Capitol to sit down in front of Congress and let Congress know what took place in her life and how she withstood the massacre and all. So she was a national treasure, not only Tulsa treasure, but she was a national treasure.
I was also reading as well that many survivors remained silent over the years. Now they are speaking out publicly here. Why was it so difficult for them to speak about the trauma that they endured?
I mean, that's just what trauma do to you. How many we know that that really just come out and just, you have to, that's a lot, man. I hate to put it this way. No, I ain't gonna say I hate it. Just think about what go on in Gaza. 40 years from now, just think those people are going to tell their trauma. But they're not talking about it right now. It was just so much. I mean, it was a lot to take in. I just want to add that of May 2024, I was a keynote speaker in Stockton, California. And we were just talking about this, how people would, they wouldn't tell what happened to them in life, right? And this lady who was 80, last May, 2024, last May, got up and stopped me and said, now I know why my mother left Tulsa, Oklahoma. People just don't talk about it. They didn't talk about it. It wasn't nothing to talk about, They just kept all the hurt and pain within them. But I believe as they was going on in life, they had to eventually say something, you know what I mean?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Just in case people aren't familiar with this, the 1921 massacre was in Tulsa's Greenwood community. This was on May 31st, 1921. It was a thriving Black-owned business district that was essentially just laid to waste. The next question I wanted to ask you as well is that many people still understand the long-term economic and psychological fallout of the massacre. I don't believe they understand it. What part of the impact is most often overlooked? Because I visited that community, I believe, last year, and it does seem like it's thriving now, but it was way different in its heyday.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like by 1925, the community was fully functioning. But just imagine Tulsa being the oil capital of the world up until the 1980s. Well, they don't understand the resilience of the people, that had the people rebuilt once again back in Greenwood and Tulsa being the oil capital of the world. And that, I mean, I like to say that if you ever been to Beale Street and Bourbon Street, just imagine it at one place. You know what I mean? And so the people, it was just so much life in Greenwood. Like it was a real place. It was really real.
If you're just joining us now, I'm speaking with Terry Bacc. It's about the passing of the oldest Tulsa race massacre survivor and what her life represents to Greenwood in the Tulsa area. You were looking at video of her right now. Something else that kind of just crossed my mind as well is young people learning about the history today. What should they take away from her legacy and the urgency to preserve those remaining stories that are going out? Because I just learned that, as we know right now, there's only one living survivor of the massacre, Leslie Benningfield Randall, who's 111 as well, which is amazing. But what do you believe young people could take away from this?
I think the young people can take away that there was a legacy left for them to carry on, right? Even myself, the legacy that I have to carry on. For me, I'm a Muskogee Creek, right? My family, my great grandfather, he was started a town, one of the 50 black towns that was in Oklahoma at the time in the early 1900s and the late 1800s. Huttonville, Oklahoma. His name was Joe Hutton Sr. And so that legacy lives on through me. And I believe that the same way as it lives on through me, it will live on through other young people that they realize they have a cause and an effect in life to keep it moving and keep it going.
Well, you definitely have brought a wealth of knowledge, of course, to the national platform. I appreciate you coming on. Also, too, how can people research? I know you have a plethora of information when it comes to Black Wall Street and the Tulsa Massacre in 1921.
Right. Yeah. It just, like when I was young, I always sat at the feet of, the elders. And so I just sat and soaked it all in, you know what I mean? Like, I just grasped it, heard the stories and tell the stories of, because one thing to be told that the massacre itself is a real Tulsa story, right? But the story of Greenwood is like a different story. It's like, like what we did in Greenwood and how we lived in Greenwood and, who was significant to us. There's something in Greenwood, a memorial to a guy by the name of William Bill Spiller. Now, we didn't heard of Charlie Seaford in golf, and we didn't heard of Lee Elder, we didn't heard of Tiger Woods, but William Bill Spiller was actually the first black man that crossed the color line in golf from Tulsa, Oklahoma. They come through the massacre. You see what I mean? They graduated from Booker T. Washington High School in 1936. So, so there's so many stories to tell pertaining to people who came through and did great things, not only locally, but globally as well,
There you go. Well, Terry, thank you so much. And if you want to know information, you can go to tourofblackwallstreet.com to read upon his website. But again, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, the interview, and my prayers to go out to the Tulsa community.
Yeah, so this actually hits kind of close to home because my godmother is from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Miss Medelia Staggart, and her and my godfather own a barbershop here in Five Points. They actually own the oldest barbershop here in Five Points, and Miss May is still wants justice for her people down there. It's ridiculous. It's taken this long, 111 years, almost over 100 years, and there's still no justice that's been given. Like, this is ridiculous. That really is trying to wait us out, and they say, "Oh, there's nobody living no more." So Leslie Bettenford is the last remaining Tulsa survivor. They're down to one. Started off with 3, and now they're down to 1. So definitely thoughts and prayers go out to the friends and family of Miss Viola Fletcher. Your memory still lives on, and the fight for justice still continues on, and we're not gonna let it up. So Trump administration, whoever is after Trump administration, I need to do something about this, because this is a justice that's been denied for over a century. And y'all destroyed this town because you were jealous of the prosperous black community that Greenwood was. Our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sam Corey, he went down there in 2023 and visited the Tulsa area. and specifically the Greenwood, Asher, and Pine area. They have a museum down there. I believe Shabaka said they charge about $35 to $40 for tour, and they still have a lot of plaques and businesses down there. So if you're able to make it down to Tulsa, please do. I really am planning on going down there in the next year or so. So if I do go down there, I'll definitely make sure to record it and show y'all what it is like down there. But yeah, this is very unfortunate that Miss Viola Fletcher died without receiving justice for a massacre that she lived through as a child. And Tulsa, Oklahoma was on the verge of international trade. So them crackers, they just could not see that happening. So they lied and said that a black man had sexually assaulted, SA'd a white woman on the elevator. Dick Long or something was his name. And they ended up burning the town to the ground. We showed y'all numerous times over the years what Greenwood, Asher, and Pine looked like, what the massacre was all about, how it came about, and why it came about. So why they still have not received justice is just beyond me, and it's very frustrating. But we still ain't received our reparations, period. The descendants of them still haven't received reparations. They are owed reparations for that. That was the first U.S. city that was bombed from the air. The U.S. government bombed that city from the air. The U.S. military bombed that city from the air and did not compensate the victims. And they keep talking about genocide over in damn Palestine, wherever. But we got genocide going on right here still in 2025. And ain't nobody batting an eye. Ain't nobody talking about that. And we have still a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre, and they still have not received justice. So we'll keep y'all updated. Hopefully the sole survivor, Miss Leslie Bedingford, lives to see justice. She's 111. How much longer should she have to wait? How much longer did Miss Viola Fletcher have to wait? How much longer did Van Hugh Ellis, her brother, have to wait? So in other news, the B1 keys are active right now. That's like all over the place. In other news, Ja Rule, rapper Ja Rule, says he got sucker punched at Brandy and Monica concert. So the Breakfast Slubs, otherwise known as the Breakfast Club, is going to give us an update on that.
Guys over at Top Dog Law. Now, you've heard the name, you've seen them around, and if you've ever been in a car accident, slip and fall, or even a worksite injury, you already know the move. Top Dog Law is where you call to get every dollar you deserve. Don't settle for nothing small, because nothing should be small this season. Top Dog fights for real results, big cases, big wins, and you don't have to pay them a dime unless they win for you. It's a free consultation, no pressure, just real talk about what your case could be worth. Call now or check them out on Instagram at Top Dog Law or hit up topdoglaw.com. Let the top dogs handle it. Now, let's get back to the show.
Talk to me. Well, LL Cool Bay's not here. Lauren, she's on an island somewhere from what I saw
she's
on her
vacation.
Instagram.
Yeah, she's on a little birthday vacation. So she sent me everything to do this morning, all the latest to do.
I saw a picture she posted, and on the glass, it said, "Will you be my girlfriend?" I'm like, y'all just getting to that phase? You flew her out the country to ask her to be your girlfriend?
I don't know. I didn't look that deep into it.
I just saw it pop up on the story. I don't know. Maybe it was in her close friends. I don't remember.
No. All right. Well, anyway, now this latest is all about concerts and all about performances. So we all know Ja Rule almost got jumped the other night at the Monica and Brandy tour. So he's finally speaking about exactly what happened during that situation.
So I walked to the stage, sneaked me, snuck and punched me from behind. 3 tried to punk. And I'm just saying, it happens. It can happen to anybody. You know, happens to players too. Get no points for that. No real points for that. At that point, we scuffling. I see Artie diving across the mother, grabbing it. He's tussling him with it. I'm tussling with it. As I'm moving, back, I stumble over some. Back Joe is there. Rich is there. This is a melee. These grabbing me back, making sure, all right, trying to get between everybody that's going on. Security's coming. It's a melee. So anyway, just kind of disperses and people disperse. So I'm screaming and yelling. We eventually get to moving out of the building and get to the downstairs area, like the players area where they park, and then we leave out the building. Nothing more to say.
Yeah, so he said he was walking to the stage. He said he wasn't at a staring contest. There weren't no words. Just somebody tried to punch him in the back of the head.
I think this whole situation is ridiculous. And John's right. It can happen anywhere at any time. It can happen anywhere at any time, but it shouldn't. Okay?
That's right.
This is a Brandy and Monica show, R&B with grown ass men. Where are you? Where can you be comfortable at?
Well, he talks about if this would have been a white event, he feels like things would have been different.
I want to address how hip-hop concerts and white concerts and country concerts and rock concerts and pop concerts are policed or secured. Like, if I was Bruce Springsteen at the mother concert and get attacked in the back, you think the assailants could make it out of the building without getting arrested or something happening? See, this is how they do black business as usual. Nothing happened, nothing to see here. These animals. But I digress.
He's right. Mm-hmm. How come there weren't any arrests? We don't have any suspects. Like
nobody apprehended nothing.
Nobody apprehended nothing. Like that can happen, and just everybody go on about their day.
Just keep it going. Just keep it going. Show goes on.
He's absolutely right.
That's
that would not happen at a white event.
All right. Well,
he's absolutely right.
That was Ja breaking that down. Now, JT, she is done messing with you old heads now. This kind of reminds me when I was with Lauren at G-Ho, which is Homecoming, and she said, I want to hear Sexy Red, and they started to boo her. Well, she performed at Jeezy and Friends, and when she performed...
Jeezy and Friends.
It was a show in Orlando, Jeezy and Friends. I guess she performed during that show, and she didn't get the reaction that she wanted, so she said this in the middle of her performance.
I can't hear y'all. I don't got time for this shit, okay? I really don't. When they be putting me on these shows now with like the legend, I don't know if I'm a YN or an OG, because y'all be looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm 33, I'm y'all age. I need y'all to have fun. Like, don't be staring at me. Don't be looking at me crazy. I think it's my last time with okay? I will not be doing no more shows. I'm done. But I had so much fun, and I cannot wait to see the legends hit the stage. Good night.
She tired of your way.
Well, listen, was she opening up?
I guess she was
I'm
opening
sure
up.
she was opening up.
Jeezy and Friends, so yeah, I'm sure she was opening
But also, that's in Florida, JT. That's your backyard. Like, they supposed to know some of them records. Or maybe she should have went out there and did some City Girl records.
Maybe.
I don't. By the way, I don't know what she did. So I can't even say she didn't. But I would think that you maybe go out there and do a couple of City Girl records, you probably get a better reaction. I think JT is dope.
She is dope, but it's two different generations, right? So if you're going to see a Jeezy show, you're probably 40 plus, right?
Well, I'm looking at the lineup. It's Jeezy, the Friends with Plies and Boosie.
And
she can go out there and do a couple City Girl records, and the crowd will know those, bro.
Maybe she did her own and they didn't know that.
That's what I'm thinking happened. I got to see the set list, but I'm thinking that she probably went out there and just did some of her own records, and they probably weren't as familiar with her solo catalog as they would be a City Girls catalog.
Yeah, well, I don't know. She said she ain't doing nothing with you legends anymore, with you old heads anymore. Now, also Cash
What
Money.
you mean with you? Like you ain't an old head.
I am
you
old
swear
head.
you're not 48 because your beard died.
Just for me.
Whatever. It still died.
Well, Cash Money, the Cash Money Millionaire's 30th anniversary live in concert tour stopped at the UBS Arena in New York City, and people are mad. You know why they mad?
Why?
Because only 2 members showed up. Only BG and Juvenile. There was no Lil Wayne, no Birdman, no Manny Fresh, no Turk, nobody else. And people are like, I paid for Cash Money. I want to see Cash Money.
I didn't even hear about that show until I heard about this kerfuffle, this little incident that only 2 of them showed up. I didn't know they were having a Cash Money reunion show in New York City.
Yeah, people are upset about that. Also, Lloyd, I don't know if you've seen the video. Lloyd was performing on Friday, and he tripped over his own feet.
Hilarious.
And did a face plant right on the stage, and he talks about what happened.
And I fell. That's what happened. I tripped. I was doing my signature slide. It's the coolest, smoothest in the show, bro, and I crashed, bro. And I feel like all my cool points is out the window. You know what I'm saying? Just for some reason, whenever I fall, I just gotta lay there, bro. I just can't get right back up and act like, oh, I gotta lay in it. And that's why they ran out there. They like, yo, come on, get up.
It's just a reminder, Lloyd. I think Lloyd is about 39. I think he'll be 40 next year. Like the top of the year, he'll be 40, right? Like January something.
Yes.
So it's just a reminder that you're almost 40. That's all.
That's right.
That's all.
And lastly, in some positive news, well, the Boy Is Mine tour stopped in Norfolk, in Newark, New Jersey. And Beyonce came, Jay-Z was there, Solange was there, and Miss Patti LaBelle touched that tour. They said it went crazy when Patti performed over the weekend. Mercedes, when they said it was just, she just killed it.
That's two generations of Godiva chocolate goddesses right there. Okay, Kelly Rowland and Patti LaBelle. Right? Don't ever play with that type of melanin on stage. You hear me?
Not at all. Lola Brooke also came out in Newark, New Jersey as well. And that is the latest with Lauren. All right. Now, when we come back, we got front page news. Mimi will be joining us. And then Brandy Evans will be here. You know her from Reason.
Yes, I just played it to get to the part about Ja Rule getting sucker punched at the Brandy Monica concert. So rumor has it was Max B who just got out of prison after doing an 11-year bid. So I don't know, it's just a rumor, but they said it was either him or his entourage that sucker punched Ja Rule. But I'll keep y'all updated if something more comes up about this topic. So moving along is the topic that we've covered numerous times on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and on Front Line Blacc News. And that is the story of Biddy Mason. The story of Biddy Mason, how a slave became the first black millionaire. So for those that don't know, Tariq Nasheed in his Hidden Color series, he showcased the story about Biddy Mason, who owned what is now Hollywood. So the land that Hollywood sits on right now was originally owned by a black woman by the name of Biddy Mason, who was a slave from, I want to say either Mississippi or Texas. She was a slave from Texas. A slave owner moved her to California in the early 1900s, and she became an owner of this land that Hollywood now sits on. So the next video I'm going to play is about her story.
White folks will tell you slavery made them rich, but they won't tell you about the slave who got richer than all of them. For 250 years, white people built fortunes off black bodies, cotton empires, sugar plantations, tobacco dynasties, generational wealth stolen from stolen people. They'll brag about their self-made ancestors while conveniently forgetting the unpaid labor that built every brick of their success. But here's what they don't want you to know. While they were getting fat off free labor, one black woman was watching, thoughtful, learning, planning. Her name was Biddy Mason, and she didn't just escape their system. She beat them at their own game. This woman went from being someone's property to owning property worth millions. From walking in chains to owning the chains that bound entire city blocks. The white man who tried to keep her enslaved, he died broke. The legal system designed to crush her, she used it to become one of the richest women in California. The American dream they said was for whites only, she didn't just live it, she perfected it. This is the story they erased from your history books. The story of how a slave became a mogul and made every racist's worst nightmare come true. Biddy Mason was born in 1818 in Georgia, right into the belly of the beast. See, this wasn't just any time to be born black in America. This was peak slavery, the cotton boom, the time when white folks had convinced themselves that owning human beings was not just profitable, but ordained by God. Little Bridget, that was her birth name. She didn't even get to keep her parents. As a child, she was ripped away from everything she knew and sold to Robert Smithson like a piece of livestock. No last name, because slaves weren't considered human enough to have one. But here's what those white folks didn't count on. The enslaved community had their own education system. While Smithson thought he owned a little girl who would just pick cotton and serve his family, the other enslaved women teaching Biddy something that would change everything. They taught her medicine, African folk remedies passed down through generations, how to deliver babies, how to heal the sick, how to keep people alive when the system wanted them dead. She was learning to be indispensable. And in a world where your value determined whether you lived or died, this education was everything. But just when she'd found some stability, the white man's greed was about to tear her world apart again. By the way, if you're enjoying the content so far and want to see more untold Black stories, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We need each and every one of you to help spread the message. Now, back to the video. At 18 years old, Biddy became a wedding present. Yeah, you heard that right. Robert Smithson gave her away like a toaster to Robert and Rebecca Smith in Mississippi. Just passed her along like she was nothing. And for the next 10 years, that's exactly how they treated her. She worked their fields, tended their livestock, cared for their sick, all while building a family of her own in chains. 3 daughters, Ellen, Anne, and Harriet, born into the same hell their mother knew. And here's the part that'll make your blood boil. Historians believe Robert Smith, her enslaver, was likely the father of at least some of her children, because enslaved women had no rights over their own bodies. None. But Biddy, she made a promise to herself. Whatever it took, she would keep her daughters together. She would protect them. She would find a way. She had no idea that opportunity was about to come from the most unexpected place. But in 1847, some religious zealots showed up at the Smith plantation with promises of a promised land. Mormon missionaries rolled up to Mississippi, talking about revelation and redemption. They converted Robert Smith to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and filled his head with dreams of Zion in the West. So Smith made a decision that would change everything. He was taking his family and his property on a 1,700-mile journey to Utah territory. Biddy walking across the American frontier with baby Harriet strapped to her back, holding the hands of Ellen and Anne, ages 10 and 4. While walking, she's also serving as the convoy's midwife, delivering babies for humans and animals alike. She's cooking meals, herding cattle, setting up camp, breaking down camp. She walked most of those 1,700 miles in 1848, across mountains, deserts, and rivers that had no names. For 7 months, she kept her family alive and served dozens of other people while literally walking toward an unknown future. When they finally reached the Salt Lake Valley, Biddy had proven something to herself. She could survive anything. Utah territory was supposed to be this holy refuge, this promised land where God's chosen people would build Zion. But guess what? Brigham Young, the Mormon leader, was just as racist as any Southern plantation owner. He allowed slavery to continue in his holy kingdom. So Biddy spent 3 more years building Mormon settlements, using her medical skills to keep the community healthy, all while remaining enslaved. She was indispensable to these people. When someone was sick, they called Biddy. When a woman was giving birth, they called Biddy. When livestock needed care, they called Biddy. She was literally keeping their promised land alive while they refused to acknowledge her humanity. Her value to the community was undeniable, even if her freedom wasn't. In 1851, Brigham Young made an announcement that should have changed everything. He was sending a mission to California to establish a Mormon presence there, and he gave them a crystal clear warning. California is a free state. If you take your slaves there, they will be free. Not complicated, not ambiguous. Free state equals free people. Robert Smith heard this warning and decided to ignore it completely. See, he couldn't imagine giving up his human property. The idea of Biddy and her daughters being free was literally unthinkable to him. So he packed up his family and his slaves and headed to San Bernardino, California anyway, because white supremacy makes you believe your own lies. But Smith was about to learn that crossing state lines couldn't change California law. Here's the part that'll make you want to scream. The moment Biddy crossed into California in 1851, she was legally free. Her daughters were legally free. They all were. But nobody told her. For 4 years, she continued to serve Robert Smith in San Bernardino. 4 years of being legally free while still living as a slave. Smith lied to her face every single day, telling her she belonged to him, that she had no rights, that this was just how things were. And here's the really infuriating part. California authorities mostly looked the other way. They had the law on the books, but they didn't want to upset Southern migrants who brought money and political influence. So Biddy remained enslaved by lies and willful ignorance. But love was about to break those chains. Ellen, Biddy's eldest daughter, fell in love with a young man named Charles Owens. And Charles was something Biddy had never seen before. A free black man who knew his rights. The Owens family, Robert, Winnie, and Charles, they didn't just welcome Ellen. They educated Biddy. They sat her down and told her the truth that Robert Smith had been hiding for 4 years. You're free. You've been free since you crossed into California. And you can fight for that freedom in court. Imagine that moment. Imagine learning that everything you thought you knew about your life was a lie. That the cage you'd been living in didn't even have locks. Charles Owens didn't just steal Ellen's heart. He gave Biddy her first taste of what freedom actually looked like. Armed with knowledge and love, Biddy made the most dangerous decision of her life. She decided to fight. Charles Owens helped Biddy file a petition in Los Angeles County Court, demanding her freedom. And Robert Smith? He lost his damn mind. See, Smith knew he'd been breaking the law for 4 years. He knew that if this case went to trial, he'd lose everything. So he came up with a desperate plan. He would take his slaves to Texas, an actual slave state, and sell them there. He told them they'd be free in Texas. Another lie to add to the collection. But Elizabeth Rowan, a free black woman who'd been watching this situation, wasn't having it. She contacted Sheriff Frank DeWitt and told him what Smith was planning. The sheriff rode into Smith's camp with a posse and served him with a writ of habeas corpus. Legal language for, you will explain to a judge why you think you can keep these people in bondage. What started as a love story had become a legal battle with everything on the line. The day of the trial came, and Robert Smith pulled out every dirty trick in the white supremacist playbook. First, he bribed Biddy's lawyer, just straight up paid the man to abandon his own client. Because when you've got money and whiteness on your side, corruption is just another tool. Second, California law prohibited black people from testifying against white people in court. So even though this case was literally about Biddy's freedom, she wasn't allowed to speak for herself. The deck was stacked. The system was rigged. Everything about this moment was designed to crush her spirit and send her back to bondage. Standing in that courtroom, Biddy was facing the full weight of American racism. The law said she was free, but the system said she was nothing. But sometimes, just sometimes, one person in power decides to do the right thing. Judge Benjamin Hayes looked at this case and made a decision that would echo through history. He broke precedent. He ignored California's racist testimony law. He allowed Biddy Mason to speak for herself in that courtroom. And when Robert Smith, the man who'd been lying and bribing and scheming, when he failed to show up to court on January 21st, 1856, Judge Hayes delivered a ruling that sent shockwaves through the system. All of the said persons of color are entitled to their freedom and are free forever. Not just Biddy, not just her daughters. 14 human beings walked out of that courtroom as free people because one black woman had the courage to fight and one white judge had the integrity to follow the law. Biddy chose the surname Mason that day, finally claiming her full humanity with a complete name. Therefore, at 38 years old, after decades in bondage, Biddy Mason was finally, legally, completely free. Freedom meant Biddy could finally get paid for skills she'd been using her whole life. Dr. John Strother Griffin, a white physician, hired her as a nurse and midwife for $2.50 a day. That might not sound like much, but most black women were making pennies. Biddy was making more than many white workers. She delivered hundreds of babies. She nursed patients through a smallpox epidemic, literally risking her life to save others. And every single penny she earned, she saved it. While other folks spent their money on fancy clothes and entertainment, Biddy lived like she was still poor. Because she had a plan. She understood something that escapes a lot of people even today. Real freedom isn't just about being able to leave. Real freedom is about never having to depend on anybody else's permission to live your life. By 1866, she had saved enough money to buy her first piece of property on Spring Street for $250. First property purchase wasn't just buying a house. Biddy was buying into the American dream that had been denied to her for 48 years. But she didn't stop there. See, while other people saw Los Angeles as a dusty frontier town with 2,000 people, Biddy saw the future. She bought land on the outskirts, knowing the city would grow. She held on to properties for years, then sold them for massive profits as Los Angeles exploded into a major city. She built commercial buildings and rented them out. She accumulated lot after lot, building after building. By the 1880s, Biddy Mason, the woman who was born someone's property, owned property worth $300,000. That's about $10 million in today's money. She was richer than most of the white folks who had once considered her subhuman. But wealth brought a new kind of responsibility. With great wealth came great power. And Biddy Mason used every bit of it to lift up her community. In 1872, she co-founded the first African Methodist Episcopal Church, LA's first Black church. The planning meetings held in her living room. The land it was built on, donated by her. She helped establish the first elementary school for Black children in Los Angeles. She visited prisoners, bringing them food and legal aid. When floods devastated the city in 1884, she opened accounts at grocery stores for victims, Black and white alike. Her home became a combination shelter, daycare, and community center. People called her Grandma Mason and Auntie Mason because she took care of everyone. She spoke fluent Spanish and dined with Pio Pico, the last Mexican governor of California. The mayor knew her. The poorest immigrant knew her. She was a bridge between worlds. Her philosophy was simple. If you hold your hand closed, nothing good can come in. The open hand is blessed, for it gives in abundance, even as it receives. But even legends have to face their final chapter. On January 15th, 1891, Biddy Mason died at age 73 as one of the wealthiest women in California. And then something predictable happened. They tried to erase her. She was buried in an unmarked grave in Boyle Heights. No monument, no recognition, no acknowledgement that a former slave had built an empire and changed a city. For nearly 100 years, her story was deliberately forgotten because white America couldn't handle the truth, that a Black woman had not only survived their system, but had beaten it so completely that she ended up richer and more influential than most of them. But truth has a way of surfacing. In 1988, nearly a century later, a proper tombstone was finally erected over her grave. In 1989, California declared November 16th Biddy Mason Day. Today, there's a memorial park in downtown LA where her house once stood, with an 82-foot art installation telling her story. Biddy Mason's story isn't just history, it's a blueprint. She showed us that the system doesn't give you freedom, you take it. She showed us that real power comes through ownership, permission. She showed us that individual success means nothing if you don't lift up your community. If a woman born into slavery in 1818 could become a millionaire by 1891, what's stopping us today? Every time a Black woman starts a business, buys property, fights for justice, or builds generational wealth, she's walking in Biddy Mason's footsteps. The system still tries to tell us who we can be, but Biddy proves something that's still true today. We are unstoppable when we decide to be. So the question isn't whether change is possible. Biddy already answered that. The question is, what are you going to do with the blueprint she left us?
That was beautiful. It's a damn shame they try to erase that history, though. But like I said, shout out to Tariq Nasheed for covering that in his Hidden Color series. Because that's how I found out about it. And shout out to our East Coast correspondent, Brother Isaiah, who brought it to our attention on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. They really try to erase that. So the land that she owned is now Hollywood. That's what they kind of left out in that video. But the land that she owns now became what is now Hollywood. So they try to erase that for 100 years after she died. I'm glad they finally put a tombstone up in her remembrance. But they owe her family reparations for stealing that land and using it to build what is now Hollywood. So they owe her family like billions, if not trillions of dollars. I didn't even know that they had made a holiday for her on the 16th of November. No, I know. So every 16th of November, we will honor Biddy Mason. All right, so in other news, California related, Hispanics exposed for anti-Black racism on job sites in California. FBA Americans file lawsuits. So our brother Front Media TV is going to give us an update on that.
I keep telling you guys that Black Americans have no friends. You know, for years when I used to do my live streams, I would come on and tell you that a lot of these immigrants, when they come to America, everything that we vote for, everything that we fight for is diametrically opposed to them, because their lifestyle is predicated on our destruction. Their lifestyle is predicated on us staying in the position that we're in, not basically coming out, separating, delineating, building our own stuff, because they make money off of us, right? For years, they made money off of us. So they will never be allied with us. They would never be friends with us. Then on top of that, a lot of them are conditioned to be racist towards us, right? So there's cases going on now in courts across America where Latinos are being sued for racial discrimination against Blacks on the work, on work sites. Check it out.
What up, y'all? Y'all see these headlines? Right? This is the biggest case. Latinos allegedly abusing Black employees. They end up settling out of court. I'm going to tell you that. They settled out of court. And when they went to go interview the Black employees, they said that Latino workers were calling these and waving bananas at them, and everybody in the warehouse will laugh at them. And I know y'all going to say, oh, it's not all of them, where it was a warehouse full of them. And 3 different companies. That's why this is considered one of the biggest lawsuits, biggest cases in California, right? And look, check this out. Even the attorney said that these cases are becoming more intense and more ugly. You could pause it and read it, right? Nooses, racial slurs. Now, if this was white people doing this to Black people, this would be all over the news, right? This will be national news. I just don't understand why they don't report when it's minority against minority, right? If it was white people doing this, we'll hear about this. 3 different companies, and these Latinos, Hispanics, was in cahoots with white people. You see this? They were in cahoots with white supervisors, giving the Black people the most the hardest work, the hardest labor to compete, to do, right? Now, look at this, though. 171 cases been settled. Racial discrimination, not only discrimination, but treating Black people differently because of their race in Southern California. 171 cases within 10 years. What? And y'all talking about solidarity.
I've always been telling you guys that there is no Black and brown coalition. We're not together. These people are not our friends. They come into America to make money and to work with their people. Now, the colorism within the Latino community is hardcore, right? You are, the lighter you are, the whiter you are, the better you are. That's just part of the culture. I know firsthand. Half of my family come from it, so I could be the one to tell you that they're not our friends. They've never been our friends. They have all kinds of disparaging things that they say about us. They call us lazy. They call us everything. So I'm not surprised that there was over 171 cases that's been settled, and it's more that's in the courts, right? And Dr. Claude Anderson told us, you think it's bad when we've been under the foot of these W folks. Wait till these Latinos get in here. They will never hire a Black person, right? But you always got people that say, well, we was dropped off, we all came on the same ships. They just dropped us off in different places. They always come say this stuff. They talk about this black and brown unity, right? You always have people talking like this.
The tension between the Black and Latino community needs to stop. And we need to be the generation to stop it. Anti-Blackness exists in our community. We know this. Anti-Blackness also exists within the Black community itself. All communities of color struggle with this. And the reason why is what we all have in common. We were all colonized and trained to have a mindset of you versus me for survival. But that ends with us. We need to lead with unity and not division. We have to be the change we want to see. We have to stop pointing the finger in both communities and make the decision that we are going to choose to be united versus divided. I'm not going to pretend like I have all the answers, but here are examples of how you can show up differently and be the change you want to see. Number one, share stories of solidarity. Share stories of love. Share stories of when you have experienced the Black or Latino community showing up in your spaces. We need to shift the narrative. Number two, if your reality is division between the Black and Latino community and your goal is unity, then it is up to you to seek out examples of when the Latino and Black communities show up for one another, where they show love.
And see, they always talk of this Black and brown unity, but they don't practice that. Because this is the thing. We have some commonalities, we have some common things, but we also have things that set us apart, directly apart, where we can't unify, right? And they know that, right? We don't speak their language. We're not a part of their culture, right? They have a culture that unifies them with white folks, right? From the prisons to the workforce, they strive to be white, right? We don't get along. They don't like us because the same way our skin is our sin, it's the same way in those cultures, right? When you go into those Latino communities, the Afro-Latinos are treated like crap. They don't respect the Afro-Latinos, and they don't respect you. That's just the way it is. We would never, ever be friends. We would never be friends the way. Now, let me rephrase that, because the thing is, we accept everybody. We try to be cool with everybody, but they're not going to accept us. They never have, they never will. Especially when it comes to jobs. You think they're going to give you a job over their own people? You think they're going to hire you over their own people? It's not going to happen like that. Only we do stuff like that. They'll never do that. Until we wake up, we're not going to figure it out. And you have people within this democratic system, right, that know these court cases and stuff like this, but they won't talk about it. They won't talk about it because it go against their narrative. That's why they're working diligently to bring these immigrants in and replace you. We heard what former President Joe Biden said by 2050, right? We're going to have to go to them for jobs. We're going to have to look to them, right? They already was warning you, bringing this stuff in. So there's a lot of Afro-Latinos that's complaining about this as well. They're saying that they're not getting the proper representation within the Latino community because they're looked down upon for being Black.
Are like Afro-Latinos just X'd out as well? Because I'm at this site and it's like I have to beg for hours because I don't look like the picture Hispanic, or because I don't look like what you want me to look like. Hey, like, we're going through the most in this country right now, yet we still have time to pick and choose which ones we want to deal with. This is why people are able to separate this community. That's saying to me, I'm sitting down begging for hours pretty much. Walking around there, like when I go in finally, they walk around like this is their home. Scheduling who they want to based on literal racism.
Okay, I wanted to address this comment real quick because it is very true. A lot of other Latin Americans who are not Black think they're slick when they try to bash and talk down on Dominicans. Most of the stereotypes about Dominican people, such as we speak ghetto, our people are ghetto, we have bad hair, we're nothing but big butts, or, all these other stereotypes they make about Dominican people. is in direct correlation to our blackness. These other Latin Americans who are not black are literally being blatantly racist to us. And what pains me more is when a Dominican person who is black, which is the majority, including mixed Dominicans who look black, don't claim their blackness. The self-hate is real. They're literally being racist to us.
Oh, if these Latinos discriminate against the black Latinos in their own community, ones that look like me, what do you think they're going to do what do you think they're going to do when they see the FBA family? What do you think going to happen? What do you think they're going to do? Right? And this is what they've been doing. I had a lot of the homies on the West Coast say how those Mexicans treat black people over there, right? I live in Philadelphia like a black conclave, but it's not anymore. You have Mexicans and Guatemalans and all of them coming over here, and they're cool right now until they get their numbers up. They're cool right now until they get their numbers up, but as they get their numbers up, they start talking like this.
Let me ask you one question. People are saying, especially the black people or Morenos, especially them, are saying that when you guys are legal, like you, for example, and you have a company, you won't hire nobody, especially black people. Is that true?
No.
Have you ever?
It doesn't matter race. If you want to work it for anybody.
All right, I beg to differ that because I've seen a lot of Hispanic with businesses. Hold on. I've seen a lot of Hispanic with businesses, and I don't see any black people working with them.
Let me tell you one thing.
Yes.
Black America, they're really difficult to deal with.
Respect.
Number one. They're kind of difficult. If you don't know the flow, the way they move.
Black American is difficult to work with.
If you know how to, I know them. You have to know the person, how it is and how they're thinking. Because you have a conversation depending on how the person is.
You're coming straight. The sun is kind of.
We coming to let you know.
Yes.
They're America. They have paper, okay?
Yes.
When you hire them, they know they're right. When you say do this, they get mad. They're strong. They're America.
I can't see you. Come on. So, I want you to say that again. What you say about it? Tell me.
America.
Black America.
They're America. They know they're right.
How about Jamaicans?
Jamaica is Latino. It is different.
No, we're not Latino, really. We're black, just like that.
No. Excuse me. It's black by color. We all color. Black is American. Black, we all black.
Yes.
Being in Jamaica, you are Latino because you Latin. You move from another country. By the way, immigrant. Anyway, it's not about that. Black America, yes. They angry when they go to work. I'm telling the truth.
Yes. Let me hear the truth.
You tell them do this, they always they can do it, but they give you pay. You bring a Latino, they don't have no paper.
But one thing, you wouldn't expect somebody who is a citizen here work for a little bit of money like you guys. You wouldn't expect that. That's not fair to them.
Because but that's why they need to go get a job. They get prepared. If you know you're right. Why you still in that position?
But I heard that you guys will not work for less than $200 a day. Is that true?
Okay, yes I do. You go to McDonald's, you need $15, $20 till you get a meal. How can you work when you have 3 kids and you pay $1,000 rent a month, 3 kids to feed them, clothes, shoes, and right to go to school, babysitter when they get out of school.
True, but beggars.
What you gonna do with $100? $100 is nothing. So you catch it up, it's gone.
I believe you but beggars are not choosers. If you don't have the right papers to work, then you should be able to choose.
Listen, that's just back in the 80s. We're not a slave. It doesn't matter you got a paper, legal or not legal work.
So they're not hiding nothing. They're not mixing words. They put it right in front of your face. And this is what your Democratic Party wants to bring into this country. They want to bring these people in. This is how they talk about you at the dinner table. This is how they talk about you on the job. This is how they talk about you in the club. They don't like you. They don't want to work with you. They think that you're lazy. They think that you're unruly. They think that you're disrespectful, you're uncultured, you're everything. They have any negative notion that they can think of. You fit the description. This is the way that they view you. And I've been blowing the whistle trying to explain to my people forever. These people are not our friends, man. So when you guys go and say, well, this is who you voted for. If you'd have voted for the Democrats, they wouldn't have been as harsh. But they'd have brought all these people in that already don't like you, to outnumber you, where they be a larger voting block, where now you a third-class citizen. That's what they're aiming to do. These are not your friends. You keep thinking that everybody's your friend, because in your community, you don't have things where you rely on your own people for things. They know this. so they take advantage of it until they don't need you no more. Because once they start getting their numbers up and they outnumber you, they don't need you. They can live off their own people here in the country. Man, listen, we got to wake up, man. They playing a game, man. And the Democrats is catering to them to make them a larger voting bloc so they don't have to cater to you no more. They don't owe you nothing no more. This is what they're doing. And they bring it in loads and loads and loads of these people. So now if they brought in 20 million, but Trump only get out 5, the other 15 million come in, they have babies. In the next 15 years, what is that going to look like? Man, it's crazy, man. Like I just, for life of me, I just don't understand our people sometimes, man. Y'all so asleep at the wheel, you don't get it. I'm not a Trump supporter at all. I don't rock with none of them. I don't care. They all can kick rocks to me. But your dislike for Trump so much, you're blinded by the Democrats. You really believe that they're your friends. And then on top of that, a lot of my FBA family, a lot of my people out there, right? A lot of my people out there, my Black American family, my people, right? We scream W supremacy and racism so much, but you willing to overlook that Kamala had a W husband? Oh, so the only racist is on the radical right. The radical left ain't racist. All of them are. Look at the policies. Look at what they're doing. Look at how it's affecting us. They have all these programs in place that when the Republicans come in and remove those programs, you have no plan of action to do anything for yourself. You think the Democrats didn't know that? The Democrats want you solely dependent upon government when you can't do nothing for yourself. Nothing. So you cry about affirmative action and DEI. I know those programs were set in place because of racism. I get it. I get it. But at some point, at what point are we going to be self-sufficient where other groups don't get to treat us the way that they do? The Democratic Party has shown that you can't do that with Democrats. You can't do it with Republicans. We got to do it with ourselves, man. We don't have no friends. But y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far and if you don't hit that like.
I wholeheartedly agree with everything he said. We have no friends. These goddamn Democrats, they caused this shit. They brought in all these goddamn illegal immigrants to replace us as a voting bloc. This is what they did. They're doing the same thing here in Colorado. I have a good friend of mine I went to college with. He complains to me every month about how these illegals or these Hispanics, these Latinos will not hire Black people to work for them. They'll hire their own. They won't hire Black people. And he's had several jobs where he had to either leave or got fired from. But you know, we the first fired, last hired. And he's always complaining to me about how they basically have us locked out of the workforce out here. And they hire their own, but they won't hire us. But yet they want us to think there's some kind of Black and brown camaraderie. They're not our friends. And Biden tried to warn us, like, look, they come here to replace us. That's why they opened the floodgates when Biden was in office and let in 20 million illegals. And now every goddamn city council meeting on Monday, I got to hear these motherfuckers complain about how they're on the verge of being out on the streets, or they're already out on the streets, and how we need to continue to take care of them. Fuck no. They need to go back to their homeland and go rebuild that. Then they won't have to be complaining about being homeless and on the streets and all that other shit. Go back to your fucking homeland. But now they want to invest, thanks to freaking House Keys Action Network, that bullshit ass organization I used to be with, Denver Homicide Loud. Now they want to infest our comment session as Denver City Council with their nonsense. Yeah. These illegals, they're hiring their own, they're not hiring us. They keep lying, talking about we lazy, but we built this goddamn country, so we can't be too goddamn lazy. And they use us for an American value and abandon us in our time of need. We have no friends. Stop trying to look for a goddamn friend in these other groups and become self-sufficient like Shabak is always talking about. What day, goddammit? What part of what day? What day? What day? Hold on, I'll let you tell you this. Text me. What day? Yeah, because they keep putting us at the bottom of the list, man. I'm sick of them motherfuckers. Really am. So we need to hire our own people, Black family, because these people are not doing it. We can't expect them to do it. We can't expect the Democrats to do a goddamn thing to help us, and we damn sure can't expect the Republicans to do a damn thing to help us. We got to help ourselves at this point. We are all that we got, as Shabak has been alluding to for a decade. So that's what my thoughts is on that. So now we're on to the illegal migrant and unhoused neighbor news and local Denver news. Let me set the queue up for that. So let me see. Have some views. So the first video is from TD Media Group.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of news coming out of Minneapolis. That's where we are headed over to today. And I cannot wait to play this video clip for you here, because it was announced not too long ago the widespread immigration fraud that's happening in Minneapolis. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service Director Joseph Edlow announced this not too long ago, and I cannot wait to play this video for you, okay? But before we do that, we have to come back on over to here, specifically to Minnesota, because as you can see here, Trump terminates deportation protections for Somali nationals living in Minnesota, effective immediately. Let's unpack this article here, and then we're going to get into the operation that they partake in Minnesota and unpack some of what's going on with all of this widespread fraud that's happening in Minneapolis. President Donald Trump Friday evening said he was ending deportation protections for Somalis in Minnesota effective immediately. Minnesota, under Governor Tim Walz, is a hub for fraudulent money laundering activity, Trump posted on Truth Social. He continued, I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating effective immediately the temporary protection status for Somalis in Minnesota. The article continues to read, Trump claimed that Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of the great state and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over, President Donald J. Trump. Minnesota has a sizable Somali population, and the TPS program allows Somali nationals temporary legal status to live and work in the U.S. because of the dangerous conditions in the African country. In the last several years, the states have faced fraud problems, most notably from the Feeding Our Future scheme, which embezzled hundreds of millions in C-19 funds. The president's decision comes as a new investigation from the Manhattan Institute alleged that millions of dollars were being funneled to the Somali terror group Al-Shabaab in connection with the Feeding Our Future scam. Ryan Thrope and Christopher F. Rufo of the Manhattan Institute said they had uncovered a web of fraud involving Minnesota's Medicaid Housing Stabilization Service program, Feeding Our Future, and other organizations in a report. They added that federal counterterrorism sources confirm that millions of dollars in stolen funds were sent back to Somalia, which is how Al-Shabaab got the cash. Wow. So that's what we have going on over there in Minnesota, right? Allegedly, I guess technically I have to say. But now what I want to do is transition back over to the clip that I presented to you at the top of this video, because once again, an operation was done by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service Director Joseph Edlow, and the amount of fraud that was found in Minneapolis was mind-blowing. So I want to play this clip for you next. Check this out here.
Officers from our Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, working in teams, have conducted over 1,000 site visits across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area as part of this operation. What they found should shock all of America. Focusing on a list of over 1,000 target cases involving more than 900 individuals, our officers encountered blatant marriage fraud, visa overstays, people claiming to work at businesses that can't be found, forged documents, abuse of the H-1B visa system, abuse of the F-1 visas, and many other discrepancies. Over the course of the operation, our officers found indication of fraud, non-compliance, or public safety and national security concerns in nearly a little less than 50% of the cases interviewed. We found troubling patterns with the Uniting for Ukraine program that should have raised serious concerns under other administrations, such as an individual filing to sponsor more than 100 aliens, and organizations sponsoring hundreds. We are continuing to investigate these cases. Some of the other troubling cases that our officers found. In one case, officers identified an alien who had overstayed his visa waiver, who was the son of a known or suspected terrorist on the no-fly list. He had previously been found to have engaged in marriage fraud, which resulted in the denial of several immigration benefit requests. He was arrested and is now presently being returned to his country of origin. In another, an individual admitted to obtaining a fake death certificate in Kenya for just $100 to prove he was no longer married. In reality, his wife is alive, living here in Minneapolis, and is the mother of 5 of his children. And incidentally, he has another wife living in Sweden with whom he has an additional 3 children.
Wow, my man is wilding out. Just popping up families just all over the world. That's crazy work. Well, let's let it continue. There's about 30 more seconds left, but that just threw me when I heard that right there. You just got multiple large families across the globe. Is crazy.
In another case, an alien entered the United States without inspection in 2023, was released by Border Patrol. The alien married a U.S. citizen while in removal proceedings and was interviewed at the Minneapolis-St. Paul USCIS field office just last week, where both he and his American spouse, stated under oath that their marriage was legitimate. The USCIS officers conducting the interview were suspicious. The site visits were authorized the same day. The American spouse ultimately that afternoon admitted the marriage was fraudulent and entered into solely for immigration purposes and withdrew her petition for that alien.
The amount of immigration fraud and just fraud overall going on in Minnesota and Minneapolis as a whole is out of control. And when it comes to the Feeding Our Future fraud that we've discussed on this channel a handful of occasions, this is something that's been going on since the top of the year. Many people have been talking about this and reporting on this over and over and over again. And it's a story that just will not go away out of Minnesota, because till this very day, I'm talking about as of 4 days ago, the 77th person was charged in this fraud case, the 77th. A bunch have already been found guilty and going to jail and have gone to jail already. And I kid you not, it just seems like every day they find a new person that gets hit with a new charge. Look at this here. This is out of control. Now look at this here. 77th defendant charged in feeding our future fraud scheme. After being disqualified from SNAP for suspected fraud, Kamara defrauded the federal child nutrition program. Unbelievable. Look at this here. Minneapolis. Usman Kamara, age 45, was indicted today in a 9-count indictment with wire fraud, federal programs, bribery, and money laundering for his participation in the Feeding Our Future fraud scheme, announced U.S. Attorney Daniel N. Rawson. Kamara is the 77th defendant indicted in what has been identified as the largest C-19 fraud scheme in the country. Defendant Kamara was the owner of Kay's Dollar Grocery and Deli, a small storefront grocery store in North Minneapolis. In August 2015, the USDA disqualified Kamara and his store, Kay's Grocery, from participation in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, due to suspected fraud. So this guy's been being suspected of fraud since 2015, okay? He's been in this country for a long time playing games in an attempt to steal taxpayer-funded dollars. But I digress. Let's fast forward to 2020. Why? Because in September of 2020, Kamara enrolled Kay's Grocery in the Federal Children Nutrition Program under the sponsorship of Feeding Our Future. In 2020 and in 2021, Kamara fraudulently claimed to be serving meals to 1,000 children a day, 7 days a week, at his site. In reality, Kamara did not do such a thing. Instead, he defrauded the program and stole money meant to feed hungry children. Kamara claimed to have served more than 300,000 meals to children, for which he claimed to be entitled to more than $1 million in federal child nutrition program reimbursement funds. Kamara did not use these funds to purchase food to feed children. Instead, he used the money to fund his lifestyle, pay his credit card bills, and buy a building in North Minneapolis. Now, this is really important here. Check this out. Kamara wired more than $100,000 in fraud proceeds abroad. Who did he send that money to? Who did he send that money to? Who did we speak on earlier? I believe it was the Manhattan Institute that talked about fraudulent money that was stolen from taxpayers, right? Being sent to a Somalian terrorist organization back in Somalia. Who did this man send that $100,000 to? That's what we need to find out. But that's really important to highlight. I didn't want to just move quickly past that, but just let that sit on your mind for a moment, okay? Now, as we continue on, Kamara also paid approximately $87,000 in kickbacks to a Feeding Our Future employee in exchange for his sponsorship and submission of Kamara's fraudulent claims. This case is the result of an investigation conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the United States Postal Inspection Service, and the Internal Revenue Service criminal investigation. The fraud is out of control. But most importantly, outside of the fact that these guys are stealing money left and right? Taxpayer dollars. We're talking about millions upon millions upon millions. This is the 77th guy at this point who's been charged. You really have to think about where, in fact, this money is going and how valid is the Manhattan Institute's claim in their investigation and their report that so much of this fraudulent money, not just from the Feeding Our Future scheme, but from all the fraud activity that's happening over there in Minneapolis, how much of this money is actually being funneled to the terrorist organization in Somalia? What is their name again? I believe it's called like Al-Shabaab, something like that. You know, how much of this is actually being funneled to them? Because it wasn't stated here in this report where the money went, because as of now, they don't know. All they do know in regards to this man here, the 77th defendant who's been charged, is that he's sent more than $100,000 abroad. I think it's more than safe to say we know that he sent to Somalia, allegedly. I think, I believe, I assume. But he's not the only one. And you better believe $100,000 US goes a long way in Somalia. That goes you are like a multi-millionaire a trillion times over in Somalia with $100,000 US. Okay. And this isn't the only guy that has allegedly done this. Dozens, if not hundreds, are sending money that way. Something to think about. It's something to think about. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegrams in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon. What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social.
So yeah, they definitely need to be investigated for that fraud shit. No doubt about it. So I'll give you an update on what happens in Minneapolis. Now moving on to Charlotte. And the situation in Charlotte, TD Media Group won't give us an update on that.
Social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to Charlotte, North Carolina. Why is that? Because Operation Charlotte's Web is still underway. And I want to highlight something very important that's happening over there in Charlotte right now. As what was discussed by Greg Bavino, Charlotte is turning out to be one of the most violent places for them to be at the current moment. We all know that violence against ICE agents have skyrocketed. What we've seen happen in Chicago was completely out of control. But when it comes to the violence that's beginning to escalate in Charlotte concerning vehicle rammings and things of that nature, things are clearly escalating. And I want to provide you with some evidence that shows proof of why this stuff is escalating as well. But first, let's get into what Gregory Bavino had to say recently.
Do you guys feel safe?
The level of violence is certainly something that I've not seen before. As you saw in one of your earlier clips, one of the Border Patrol agents out there said that it was the worst he had seen in 26 years. I agree with that. The level of violence that we're seeing is unprecedented. Just today, we had Border Patrol agents rammed by a vehicle, actually rammed twice by a vehicle, and a 4,000-pound missile like that is not a fun thing to go up against, nor gunshots, physical assaults, and many other things. So it's certainly concerning, but we carry on with the mission. In the U.S. Border Patrol, allied law enforcement partners, we go hard and we accomplish the mission legally, ethically, and morally. And whatever city we're in, wherever we're at, whether it's Charlotte, Chicago, Los Angeles, or anywhere else, the illegal aliens and bad guys are going to jail and they're going to be deported.
Now, what people need to understand, and I'm going to play this clip for you next, is that these people, so-called protesters, rioters is what they are, they're being coached into this. These people are being coached into how to resist arrest and how to create a scene. They're being coached into how to antagonize ICE under the guise of protesting. But that's not what this stuff turns into. It turns into an all-out mess that puts people's lives in danger and puts their freedom up for grabs as well when things go badly for them. But once again, they're being coached into all of this madness that we're watching them engage in. And I want to play this clip for you next to highlight and prove that point. So let's jump into this next news clip here.
Events like this one have been popping up throughout the city since late last week, and tonight on Monday was just an extension of people throughout the city coming together to learn more of what they can do to fight for what they believe in. Every pew was filled at Dilworth United Methodist Church Monday night for the ICE and Border Patrol Watch training. a hands-on learning experience. Volunteers acting out someone being detained by agents, while people on the watch teams record, alert the public immigration is here, and tell the person being arrested to identify themselves.
I'm here tonight to try to learn what I can do. I've never participated in this kind of direct action before.
Donna Lonclo says she knew she wanted to help those who are vulnerable to immigration enforcement and showed up Monday to find out what she was brave enough to do.
I am worried about the violence.
I'm not interested in what else she has to say or anything that she's talking about. But do you see what they're doing here? They're training on how to antagonize ICE, how to resist arrest, what you're supposed to do in the midst of being arrested and resisting. Look at, I'm gonna put the volume down, but look at what look at what you're witnessing here. Okay. Look at this. Why would you have to train on how to resist? Why would you have to do that? That doesn't make any sense. Let me go back to this portion. Look at this woman with her mouth wide open, looking like a psychopath. Okay. Look at her here. I'm gonna make a full screen for you guys, right? But without, the sound. Look at this. Why would you have to train to do this? Okay. Mouth wide open, looking completely crazy and deranged. Look at her. Are you training to protest, or are you training to learn how to antagonize ICE agents? Find yourself in a situation in which you're engulfed in a violent encounter, and now you cry victim. You antagonize them. Then once they arrest you, as opposed to just saying, all right, well, I guess they got me, point proven, I'm arrested. No, do like what she's doing here and what you saw the other woman doing over here. Fight, resist, clench your fists, scream, yell, holler. They're even teaching them how to have their phones out, because that's important too. You need to capture and put the narrative over it. So now, while they're intentionally getting themselves arrested, resisting, and fighting, you sit here with your phone out and give a false narrative of what's happening. Oh my God, look at these fascists, they're attacking us. All we were doing was walking down the street whistling Dixie, and they came after us. No, that's not true. You're a liar. The tears that you see behind these people holding phones and screaming fascism, 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 it's a lie. It's all a lie. They're trained to do all this. And I want you to look at the fruit that this type of training is bringing into fruition. Look at this here. Let me pull this tweet up for you very quickly before I play this video. Look at this here. This is from Homeland Security. Law enforcement officer injured during enforcement operation. This afternoon in Charlotte, near University City, a United States citizen weaponized his vehicle, driving a large van at law enforcement while they were conducting an operation. He immediately fled the scene, starting a dangerous high-speed chase through a densely populated area. During the chase, he attempted to ram into law enforcement vehicles, posing a serious public safety threat as agents were boxing him in. The driver proceeded to ram law enforcement vehicles in an attempt to escape. When the driver was arrested, a firearm was found in the vehicle. One law enforcement officer was injured. The perpetrator has prior arrests for resisting law enforcement, public disobedience, and intoxication, disruptive conduct. Let's play this video here on your screen next, because this is the encounter that they were talking about.
What is this?
Hey, they chasing amigos.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
It's ridiculous. But once again, this is what they're being trained to do. And capturing that narrative is very important. All that screaming and yelling and everything that you're seeing and hearing is very important. But this is what they are being trained to do. Check this out here. I got another one for you. Look at this tweet. ICE agents fire pepper balls at individuals swerving and chasing them down in Durham, North Carolina. Okay? Pay attention to the car on the left, right? As you're already seeing here, and I'll blow this up even bigger, but as you can see here on your screen, I don't want to play the video, but I just want you to know what you're looking at right now. There's the red car in the middle. Then there's one SUV to the right. And then there's a regular sized car, you can call it, to the left. They have boxed the ICE agent that's in the SUV in the middle in. These people are on the freeway, driving at some 60, 70 miles an hour, if not faster, chasing ICE agents down. And what you're going to see is that the vehicle on the left, at about 13 seconds in, you're going to see white powder explode on the vehicle. That's ICE agents firing pepper balls at them to back them up off them. But this is pure insanity that you're seeing here. And then the guy that's recording is obviously chasing as well. This is madness that's being encouraged and that people are being coached into participating in. Let's get into this video now next. Completely crazy, completely ludicrous. And you see, then what's expected of you is for you to have crocodile tears when you see videos like what I'm getting ready to play next. What I'm getting ready to play next is ICE agents encountering an illegal immigrant, attempting to arrest him. He's going to resist. And in the midst of his resisting, his children, what I believe is his son or his daughter, because you got to get the narration down pat, they're going to be screaming and crying, "That's my dad, that's my dad," sounding as if they're crying while this man is resisting. But we saw the proof already that people are encouraged and trained to do this. They're coached into this. So you can't believe any of these fake crocodile tears and all these false narratives when they come across your feed, because it's fake. It's manipulated. This stuff is done intentionally to create nonsensical fake narratives about ICE agents and how they're going about their operations. Look at this clip next as we get ready to bring this video to a close.
Apaga la troca, güey. Hey, apaga. Apaga la troca, güey. Hey, put the gun down. That's my dad. Cool. Stay back. Please, that's my dad. Stay back. No prende la troca. Apaga. Apaga. No. That's my dad, bro. Apá, vete, güey. Corre, apá. Hey, that's my dad. That's my dad, bro. That's my dad. That's okay, man. Please, that's my dad. Don't do that. That's my dad. You're hurting him. No, I'm not hurting him. Yes, you are. He's on the floor. Ahorita lo voy a hablar a la abogada, pa. Just back up a little, all right? You'll be able to call you in a little bit.
Okay, so that's enough. There's probably about a minute left, but we don't need to carry on with watching this, you know? All of us, if you have just a shred of common sense, when law enforcement pulls you over, you just comply. We all know that, and we all do it regularly whenever we encounter law enforcement. This stuff that you're seeing here is all forced. Bro, just get out the car. You know what's going on, and you know why ICE is here. Just get out, but you chose not to because you're encouraged to act that way. Then they got you out of the car. And as you saw here, when he got out the vehicle, I'll mute this up. We don't have to listen to it again. But look at him. You thought that he would just have some common sense and say, all right, I did enough. No, he's going to continue to resist. Now he's struggling. He's trying to get loose. Now they have to take him down to the ground. Come on, man. This stuff is just done on purpose. You're doing it on purpose with the narratives, screaming, yelling, and crying. Knock it off, man. Knock it off, because it's ridiculous, it's pathetic, and it's going to lead into someone unnecessarily losing their lives who should not be losing their life, regardless of your status. I don't believe in anybody just losing their life unnecessarily, obviously, right? I mean, come on, man. We only get one go around at this. And under no circumstances is it worth it to lose it because you want to play games and you think that stupid stuff like this is going to help you when you know better. And I want to play this last clip by Scott Jennings to kind of highlight what I'm saying next as we bring this video to a close, because he's going to address these situations here concerning windows getting smashed and whatnot. He's not going to address this specific situation, but overall the nonsense that we've been witnessing all throughout social media with all of these fake interactions that people are being coached into.
Figure it out later. What would you say?
If I failed to roll down my window, if I didn't listen to the instructions of law enforcement, I'd have whatever was coming at me, because that's stupid. Just say, yes, I'll roll down my window. Let me show you my ID. Failure to follow simple instructions gets people in trouble all the time. Now, Charlotte, by the way, human trafficking hub, major MS-13 problem, huge murder rate issue, and the governor right now won't turn 1,400 illegals over to the feds, and he should be doing
crime. Just to note, crime is down 20%, 24%.
They have a huge uptown Charlotte major
homicides are down 24%.
Cornel West is a clown, and we'll just leave it at that. With all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TV Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Yeah, I have to unfortunately agree with him on that. Cornel West is a clown. And like I said, I only supported him because Lady Che convinced me it was a good idea, but I was not going to support him. My party nominated him now, so I guess with the clown party. But yeah, these months, they got what was coming to them. They definitely got what was coming to them. I have no pity for these illegal immigrants. When they're getting rounded up by ICE, I have no pity. Put the violin. All right, so switching gears, we're going to get to the unhoused neighbor news. So this first video is from RV.
Tonight in Denver, entire neighborhoods are turning into parking lots for people with nowhere else to go.
The city of Denver ordering a property owner to immediately stop renting out trailers and RVs on his properties.
More than 4,000 residents, working, paying taxes, are now living in vehicles. It's a crisis hidden in plain sight, one the city keeps trying to tow away. But enforcement costs millions and fixes nothing, because what's really driving this disaster isn't poverty, it's policy. And once you see how it works, you'll never look at your city the same way again. The invisible city. Here's a number that'll make you stop scrolling. The average one-bedroom apartment in Denver costs $2,150 a month right now. The median wage for workers in this city, $22.30 per hour before taxes. Do that math in your head for a second. After taxes, that's maybe $3,000 a month take home. Rent alone takes 70% of that income. And that's if you can even find a landlord who will rent to you without demanding you make 3 times the rent, which would require earning almost 6 figures a year for a one-bedroom in Denver in 2025. So what happens when the math stops working? People don't vanish. They don't leave the state. They adapt. They move into vehicles. They park where they can. And then the city starts moving them every 72 hours, like a game of musical chairs where losing means losing everything you own. In the next 11 minutes, you're going to see what really happens when a city grows faster than its capacity to house people. You'll understand the exact sequence of events that turns working families into vehicle dwellers. You'll meet people living this reality right now and you'll see the solutions that other cities have already implemented successfully, solutions Denver refuses to try. But before we get there, we need to start with what's actually happening on these streets, because what you think you're seeing and what's really going on are two very different things. Beyond the windshield. Drive through the neighborhoods along Federal Boulevard or near the Platte River Trail, and you'll see them if you know what you're looking for. Class A motorhomes that cost $60,000 when they were new, now held together with duct tape and hope. Conversion vans with curtains made from bed sheets. Pickup trucks with camper shells and condensation coating the inside of the windows. Toyota Priuses with completely blacked out windows and someone's entire life packed into the back seat. These aren't abandoned vehicles. These are people's homes. And the people living in them aren't transients or drifters. They're certified nursing assistants working overnight shifts at hospitals. They're line cooks at the restaurants you eat at. They're delivery drivers bringing packages to your door. They're retired veterans on fixed incomes. They're single mothers working 2 jobs and still falling short every month. The thing about vehicle dwelling is that it requires structure and discipline that most people never have to think about. You have to know where you can park legally. You have to track which streets get swept on which days. You have to memorize the parking enforcement schedule for 6 different neighborhoods. You have to find public bathrooms that are open before 7 in the morning and after 9 at night. You have to figure out where to dump waste, where to get water, where to charge your phone so you can keep your job. You have to become invisible while simultaneously trying to maintain the appearance of normalcy. So you can keep working, keep your kids in school, keep accessing the services you need to eventually get out of the vehicle and back into housing. Denver's approach to this population has been enforcement first, services never. The 72-hour ordinance is the centerpiece of that approach. It states that any vehicle parked on a public street for more than 3 consecutive days is subject to citation and potential tow. The fines start at $50 for the first offense. Towing costs anywhere from $800 to $1,500 depending on the size of the vehicle and how far it gets taken. For someone already living paycheck to paycheck in a vehicle, that's not just a fine, that's total catastrophe. That's the loss of shelter, transportation, and every single possession you own all at once. And once a vehicle gets impounded, most people never get it back because they can't afford the fees. They end up on the street with nothing, which is exactly where the cascade really begins. These stories aren't hopeless. They're proof that change works when we choose it. Subscribe now because the solutions are coming and you can be part of them. When the math breaks down, here's how the system takes working people and turns them into vehicle dwellers, then takes vehicle dwellers and turns them into street homeless. It happens in 5 movements, 5 cascading failures that follow each other with mathematical precision. And once the first one hits, the rest follow like clockwork. The rent trap. Let's slow down and walk through the actual economics that make vehicle homelessness inevitable for thousands of people. You work 40 hours a week at $22 an hour. That's gross income of $45,760 per year. Sounds almost middle class, right? After federal taxes, state taxes, Social Security, and Medicare, you're taking home about $34,000. That's $2,833 per month. Now let's add up your fixed costs. Rent is $2,150. That leaves you with $683 for the entire month. Car payment, $250. Car insurance, $140. Gas, $180. Phone, $70. That's $640. You now have $43 left for the month. For food, for medical care, for clothing, for anything unexpected. You're not making bad choices. You're not being irresponsible. You're working full-time, and the math simply does not close. So you try to make it work anyway. You skip meals. You drive less. You ignore the check engine light. You don't go to the doctor when you get sick because the copay is $40 and you don't have $40. You hold on. You keep showing up to work. You keep paying what you can. And then something breaks. Your car needs a repair. You can't defer anymore. Your hours get cut because business is slow. You get sick and miss a week of work. Your landlord decides to raise the rent by $300 because the building down the street is charging that much now. And why shouldn't they? You fall behind. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The eviction notice comes. You have 30 days. You look for another apartment, but every single one wants first month's rent, last month's rent, security deposit, and proof that you earned 3 times the monthly rent. You'd need $9,000 in cash just to move into a new place. You don't have $9,000. You don't have $900. You barely have $90. So the eviction proceeds. The sheriff shows up. You have 2 hours to get everything out. And now you're standing on the sidewalk with your belongings and nowhere to go. If you're extremely fortunate, you have a vehicle. Maybe it's the pickup truck you bought 10 years ago for work. Maybe it's an old RV your parents gave you when they upgraded. Maybe it's just your regular car. Whatever it is, it becomes your only option. Not because you want to live in it, not because you're choosing some kind of alternative lifestyle, but because the alternative is the literal street. So you pack what fits, you leave behind what doesn't, and you start living in your vehicle, which immediately triggers the next failure, the perpetual motion machine. You need somewhere to park, somewhere you won't get harassed, somewhere relatively safe, somewhere with access to a bathroom, ideally, or at least a gas station or fast food restaurant where you can use the facilities without getting kicked out. In a rational system, in a city that actually wanted to help people, there would be designated areas for this. Safe parking lots with basic services, legal overnight parking zones, some kind of infrastructure that acknowledges reality instead of criminalizing it. Denver has none of that. What Denver has is 4 million square feet of underutilized industrial land, empty lots owned by the city, parcels near light rail stations that sit vacant except for gravel and weeds, spaces under overpasses, stretches of street in commercial areas where nobody goes at night. All of this could be converted into safe parking, but it hasn't been. Instead, you're left with public streets and the 72-hour rule, which means you're not parking. You're constantly circling. Sunday, you're on West Colfax. Tuesday, you move to a side street near the river. Thursday, you're back on Federal Boulevard. Saturday, you're in a different neighborhood entirely. You learn the rhythms of parking enforcement. You know that certain areas get checked at 6 in the morning, others not until 9. You know which neighborhoods have residents who call the police immediately, and which ones mostly leave you alone. You know where the street sweeping happens, and on which days. You become an expert in invisible survival. But here's what you can't do while you're moving every 3 days. You can't establish residency anywhere. You can't get mail. You can't use an address on job applications. You can't register your vehicle because registration requires proof of address. And without current registration, you can't renew your driver's license. Without a valid license, you can't legally drive, which means you can't get to work, which means you lose your job. The system doesn't just fail to help you. It actively punishes you for being in the situation it created. Meanwhile, other cities figured this out years ago. San Diego operates a safe parking program with 6 lots across the city. People living in vehicles can park legally, access bathrooms and security, and work with case managers toward permanent housing. The success rate is 87% of participants transitioning into stable housing within 12 months. The cost per person is roughly $4,000. Denver could replicate this program tomorrow. The city has the land. Local nonprofits have the expertise. The funding could come from reallocating a fraction of what the city currently spends on enforcement. But that would require acknowledging that vehicle dwelling is a housing problem, not a nuisance problem. And Denver hasn't made that leap yet. Which brings us to the third cascade, the paper chase. The citations start accumulating. $50 for parking longer than 72 hours in one spot. $75 for parking too close to a corner. $150 for blocking a driveway you didn't realize extended that far. $200 for overnight parking in a commercial zone. You can't afford to pay any of them, so they pile up. The fines turn into warrants. The warrants turn into suspended registration. And then one morning you wake up to flashing lights and a tow truck backing up to your RV. The tow operator is just doing his job. He's not cruel. He's just indifferent. He hooks up your vehicle, your home, your everything, and he lifts it onto the flatbed. He hands you a piece of paper with an address and a phone number, impound lot. $875 to get it out. You have 10 days before it goes to auction. After that, it's gone forever. You stand there on the street watching your home get towed away. You don't have $875. You don't have $87. You barely have $8. So you don't get it back. Everything you own is inside that RV. Clothes, documents, family photos, tools, medications, everything. You file a form to retrieve personal property. They give you 20 minutes and 2 boxes. Whatever doesn't fit gets thrown away. And here's the part that should make every single taxpayer absolutely furious. The city just spent $1,200 on that tow. $1,200 to destroy someone's housing and push them further into crisis. That same $1,200 could have paid for 2 months in a safe parking program with case management, job support, and a realistic pathway back into permanent housing. But Denver doesn't have that program. What Denver has is enforcement. And enforcement doesn't solve homelessness. It just makes it worse while spending more money in the process. But even that's not the bottom. There's another layer, the invisible infrastructure. Let's talk about what it actually means, physically and logistically, to live in a vehicle in a city with no infrastructure for vehicle dwellers. You're in an RV, you have a small bathroom with a toilet and maybe a tiny shower. But those systems require water to come in and waste to go out. Your freshwater tank holds maybe 30 gallons. Your gray water tank holds another 30. Your black water tank, the one for toilet waste, holds 40 if you're lucky. If you're careful, that's maybe a week before you need to dump the tanks and refill the water. Where do you do that? RV dump stations charge $15 to $25 per use. Campgrounds have dump stations, but they require you to pay for a campsite, which is $40 to $70 per night. Some rest stops have dumps, but they're an hour outside the city, and you can't afford the gas. So people improvise. They dump gray water in storm drains. They use public restrooms at libraries, fast food restaurants, grocery stores, anywhere they can access a toilet. They avoid drinking water to reduce the need to use the bathroom. They skip showers for days or weeks at a time. And the health consequences show up immediately. Meanwhile, the city spent $14 million last year on homeless encampment sweeps, operations that cleared people from one area and pushed them to another without providing any services, without connecting anyone to housing, without solving anything. $14 million. That's enough to house more than 300 families for an entire year. That's enough to operate 10 safe parking lots with full services. That's enough to fund a rapid rehousing for 1,000 people. But instead, it went to sweeps, to enforcement, to making the problem less visible for people who don't want to see it, while making it infinitely worse for people who are living it. And that brings us to the final cascade, the one that reveals just how broken this entire approach really is. The expensive illusion. Here's what happens when the city decides to clear a street where vehicle dwellers have been parking. Notices go up on windshields. You have 72 hours to move. On the morning of the sweep, police arrive first, then public works trucks, then tow trucks. Officers knock on vehicles. Everyone has to leave immediately. Anything left behind gets loaded into garbage trucks and compacted. People scatter. Some move 6 blocks east. Some go south toward Inglewood. Some try to find a spot in a different part of the city where enforcement hasn't reached yet. And within a week, that new area gets complaints and the cycle starts over. Denver has conducted over 230 encampment and vehicle sweeps in the last 18 months alone. Each one costs the city between $8,000 and $35,000, depending on the size and complexity. Police overtime, public works crews, waste removal, legal processing, all of that money spent. And at the end of every single sweep, exactly 0 people get housed. 0 people get connected to permanent services. 0 situations improve. Because sweeps aren't solutions. They're just extremely expensive ways to relocate a problem from one neighborhood to another while making it worse for everyone involved. The people who were parked on that street are still living in vehicles. They're just parked somewhere else now, probably somewhere with even fewer resources and less safety. They've lost whatever minimal stability they had. If they were working with a case manager, that connection might be severed because the case manager doesn't know where they went. If their kids were enrolled in school, they might have to switch schools or face longer commutes. If they were close to getting an ID or a document they needed, that process just got disrupted. The sweep didn't help them, it hurt them, and it cost taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars to make their lives harder. That's not policy, that's cruelty with a budget line. 3 lives, 1 crisis. Before we talk about solutions, before we get into policy and programs and what could work, you need to understand this crisis at the human level, not as statistics, not as policy debates, as people. Real people with names and histories and futures that depend entirely on whether anyone decides to help. Let me introduce you to 3 of them. Robert is 66 years old, retired diesel mechanic, worked for the same trucking company in Commerce City for 39 years. Never missed a shift, never called in sick unless he absolutely couldn't stand up. Saved money, bought a house in Globeville in 1993. Small place, 2 bedrooms, nothing fancy, but it was his. He paid it off in 2015, 10 years early. He was proud of that, thought he was set for retirement. Then the neighborhood got rezoned for mixed-use development. Property values shot up, so did property taxes. His annual tax bill went from $2,000 to almost $9,000 in 3 years. His pension is $1,400 a month. Social Security is another $1,100. He couldn't.
Those are those unintended consequences I'm always talking about at Denver City Council. Like, they keep changing the rezonings for these neighborhoods, and then they indirectly raise the property value, and the property taxes go up, and then the people end up losing their homes as a result, and then they end up on the streets. It's just a revolving cycle. And this is exactly how it is here in Denver. It's just like this. They said a one bedroom is $2,100 a month. Nobody can afford that, especially when these places want you to make 3 times the rent and have first and last month rent. Like, this is not going to happen. So then you have a revolving cycle of people on the streets, on the streets, on the streets. And this is before the illegals. This ain't even incorporating the illegal immigrants that have moved in the city in the past 2-3 years. So the situation just gets worse and worse and worse. And all these mugs do is say, oh, we just need more sweeps. We just need more sweeps. We need more police. We need more police. The police take a majority of the budget. Like they said, they have no alternatives for the people. They have nowhere for the people to shower. They have nowhere for the people to relieve their waste. They have none of these infrastructure set up. They better spend money on enforcing encampment instead of actually helping people. It's a bad situation that just keeps getting worse day by day, month after month. But again, they only have themselves to blame, because if I would have became mayor, I would have had those solutions in place. I would have had places for people to park safely where they wouldn't have to worry about getting assaulted, getting their stuff stolen, all of that stuff. But no, they better get the rich white boy from Aspen. So this is the end result. He's not doing nothing to help this. And the next video I'm going to play is about the so-called solutions he has. He has no solutions. Their solution is to just keep sweeping people like trash. And that's it. Lock them up and throwing away the key. Throwing away all their belongings. And then if you are lucky enough to get housed, you have to deal with fucking inspections every 2 to 3 months. Like, I have a damn inspection coming up. I got an inspection on goddamn Wednesday. I'm not even prepared for it. I'm trying to get myself prepared for it. But I got so much stuff because I was expecting to move into a 1-bedroom, not a studio. I got enough stuff for a 1-bedroom. I have nowhere to put all this shit, so now I gotta go through all my shit and figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do with it. If I'm gonna keep it or if I'm gonna throw it away. But I'm likely have to throw it away. And then the trash chute in this raggedy ass building is fucked off. These mothers left trash every goddamn where. I had to clean that shit up earlier just to throw my trash away. We're lucky enough to have a trash chute. They're talking about, oh, you got to go downstairs. They have the damn trash blocked off because it's right behind the clinic. It's just ridiculous. It's just one thing after another, after another, after another. If I don't pass the inspection, then I run the risk of eviction. And these mothers, they seriously don't seem to be playing no games. They put people out like it ain't nothing. They put somebody out, last week, week before last, all their shit was on the street for days. So, yeah, it's a real serious matter out here in Denver. And nobody seems to be wanting to do nothing about it. We got all these rich motherfuckers moving from California over here. They really don't want to deal with it. We got all these outside interests in our politics. All our politicians are bought and sold. They can afford to live here, but the average citizen cannot afford to live here. And then, like I said, you got these goddamn illegal immigrants that's adding insult to injury. So, yeah, it's a real fucked up situation. So, even if you're lucky enough to get housed, the problem then becomes, can you keep the housing? because these damn property managers don't give a damn about what you're going through. They will put you out with the quickness. And you'll be out in the streets like these people right here, going through this shit all over again. I've been out there. I was out there for a whole fucking decade. So I'm not trying to go back out there, so I gotta do my best to try to get rid of as much shit as I can before my inspection tomorrow. And they can come anytime between whatever 8 and 4, 8 and 5. It's a very wide window, so this makes it real hard to plan around it. It makes it real hard to keep a job because you won't be able to keep a job if you're not able to take that time off for that type of shit. You need to take time off to prepare your apartment for that shit. So it just becomes a real convoluted, real fucked off situation, even when you're housed.
Make the math work. He sold the house in 2022, paid off some debts, bought a camper for $12,000. Figured he'd live in that and bank the rest for emergencies. Now he parks on Brighton Boulevard, half a mile from the shop where he used to work. He's been there for almost 2 years. He has a gym membership for showers. He has a VA card for medical care. He has friends who let him use their address for mail, but he doesn't have a home. And every 3 days, he has to move his truck to a different spot, circle the block, and find another place to park. He's 66 years old. He worked his entire adult life. He owned his home, and now he lives in a 1987 Chevy camper with a heater that works maybe half the time, trying to stay warm through Denver winters, waiting for his name to come up on the senior housing list. He applied 3 years ago. He's still waiting. Angela and her husband Marco are both 34. 2 kids, ages 7 and 9. Marco does construction framing. Angela works at a King Soopers. Combined, they make about $56,000 a year. They were renting a 3-bedroom apartment in Lakewood for $1,800 a month. It was tight but manageable. Then the building got sold. New owners came in, raised the rent to $2,400. Angela and Marco couldn't cover the increase. They looked for another place. Every apartment they found wanted first month, last month, security deposit, plus proof of income at 3 times the rent. That would require nearly $7,000 upfront, plus documentation that they earned $6,000 a month, which they don't. They had 45 days before the rent increase took effect. They couldn't find anything they could afford that would accept them. So they bought a used travel trailer, 22 feet long, cost them $8,500. They park it near the kids' school. The kids still go to class every day. They do homework inside the trailer at a tiny fold-down table. Angela and Marco both still work their jobs. They shower at the recreation center. They wash clothes at the laundromat. And every 72 hours, they hook up the trailer, move it to a different street, unhook it, and set up again. They're not unemployed. They're not on drugs. They're not lazy. They're working full-time, and they got priced out. And now they're 1 citation away from losing everything. Shanice is 29, single mother. Her daughter Maya just turned 6. Shanice was working as a home health aide, $12 an hour plus mileage. She was barely making it work, but she was making it work. Then her car broke down. Transmission. Repair estimate was $3,000. She didn't have $3,000. She didn't have $300. Without a car, she couldn't get to her clients' homes. She missed 3 shifts trying to figure out transportation. Her supervisor fired her. She fell behind on rent, got evicted. For 2 months, she and Maya lived in Shanice's Honda Civic. No room to lie down, no heat, except the engine running intermittently when Shanice could afford gas. Maya missed school because Shanice couldn't get her there consistently. Then a friend told Shanice about a nonprofit running a tiny safe parking pilot program on the north side. 20 spaces, porta potties, security guard at night. Case manager who came by twice a week. Shanice got a spot. Within 2 weeks, the case manager helped her get a replacement ID and social security card, documents she'd lost during the eviction. Within a month, Shanice had a new job at a call center, something she could get to by bus. Within 90 days, she was in transitional housing. Today, 14 months later, she's in her own apartment with a lease. Maya has her own bedroom. They have a kitchen, a bathroom, stability, and Shanice is training to become a peer navigator, helping other women get out of vehicles and into housing. That's a story about structural failure. And the only difference between Robert, Angela, Marco, and Shanice isn't effort or character. It's access. Access to a program that worked. A program that doesn't exist at scale in Denver, but it could. because other cities already proved it's possible. The roadmap exists. Let's talk about solutions, not theoretical ones, not aspirational ideas that might work someday. Real programs operating right now in real cities, with actual data showing they work. Programs Denver could replicate starting tomorrow, if anyone had the will to do it. San Diego runs something called the Safe Parking Program, started in 2013, currently operates 6 lots across the city. The program is dead simple. Vehicle dwellers get a legal place to park, they get access to bathrooms, they get security so they can sleep without worrying about getting robbed or harassed, and they get assigned a case manager who helps them navigate the path back to housing. Participants can stay as long as they're actively working toward their goals. No arbitrary time limits, no 72-hour shuffling, just stability while they rebuild. The results? 87% of participants transition into permanent housing within a year. The cost per person is about $4,200. That's less than the cost of 3 encampment sweeps. And unlike sweeps, this actually ends people's homelessness instead of just moving it around. Los Angeles runs a more intensive version called Safe Park LA. It's not just parking, it's a full vehicle triage center. On-site services include showers, laundry, mail access, legal aid, mental health counseling, and medical care. Participants work with housing navigators who help them get IDs, apply for benefits, search for apartments, and navigate the lease application process. The program tracks specific metrics. Average time from intake to document recovery, 15 days. Average time from intake to employment or benefits approval, 37 days. Average time from intake to lease signing, 4.5 months. And here's the number that matters most. 85% of participants are still housed 2 years later. That means they're not cycling back into homelessness. They're staying stable. Denver has nothing remotely comparable to this, but it absolutely could. Seattle took a different approach with master lease programs. The city and several large nonprofits lease entire apartment buildings. Then they sublease individual units to people transitioning out of homelessness. No credit checks, no background checks beyond sex offender registry, no requirement to prove income at 3 times the rent, just a lease and a case manager. Participants pay 30% of their income toward rent, whatever that income is. The program covers the difference. Over time, as people's income increases, they take on more of the rent until they're paying market rate or they transition to their own lease. The data shows that people in master lease programs are 6 times more likely to maintain stable housing after 2 years compared to people who go directly from the street into independent housing without support. Denver already has a small version of this through the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, but it's only for individuals, not families, and it's nowhere near the scale needed. Expanding this model could house 200 families in 6 months. The annual cost would be around $9 million. That sounds like a lot until you remember the city spent $14 million on sweeps last year. Sweeps that helped no one. This would actually house people permanently. But some of the most important solutions don't even require new funding. They just require changing policies that actively make the problem worse. First, eliminate the 72-hour parking rule for anyone enrolled in case management or participating in a safe parking program. Let people stay put while they work toward housing instead of forcing them into constant motion. Second, designate specific areas for overnight vehicle parking. Industrial zones, areas under overpasses, spaces that aren't residential and don't disrupt neighborhoods. Make it legal to exist while you're trying to get back on your feet. Third, install basic public infrastructure, water filling stations, dump stations for RV waste, trash service, public restrooms that are actually open when people need them. These aren't luxuries. They're public health necessities. The cost would be minimal. The impact would be enormous. Fourth, change zoning laws to allow safe parking lots in commercial and industrial areas. Right now, Denver's code makes it nearly impossible to legally operate a safe parking site. That's a policy choice. It can be changed. And fifth, actually include vehicle homelessness in the city's housing plan. You can't solve a problem you refuse to name. Denver's current 5-year housing strategy mentions unsheltered populations, but never specifically addresses people living in vehicles. That invisibility is intentional, and it needs to end. The city already has frameworks for this. Denver has a Department of Housing Stability. It has an Office of Homelessness Resolution. It has partnerships with nonprofits who have been doing this work for years with no resources. The infrastructure exists. The expertise exists. The need definitely exists. What's missing is political will, because acknowledging vehicle homelessness at the scale it actually exists means acknowledging that Denver has become unaffordable for working people, that the growth everyone celebrates has left thousands of people behind, that the market isn't solving this and government intervention is necessary. Those are uncomfortable truths. But discomfort is not a justification for letting 4,000 people sleep in vehicles tonight when we know exactly how to help them. The choice ahead. So here's where we are. Denver's vehicle homelessness crisis is not an accident. It's the predictable result of specific policy choices. Rent increases faster than wages. Housing construction lags decades behind demand. Enforcement is prioritized over services. Infrastructure doesn't exist. And people who are trying their absolute hardest to survive get punished for being visible. That's the current system. It's expensive, it's cruel, and it doesn't work. But we also know exactly what does work. Safe parking with case management, vehicle triage centers with comprehensive services, master lease programs that remove barriers to housing, policy reforms that stop criminalizing poverty. These aren't experimental ideas. They're proven models with years of data showing they end homelessness for the majority of people who access them. The question isn't whether Denver can do this. The city has the resources, the land, the expertise, and the need. The question is whether Denver will choose to do it, because every day the city delays, more families lose their homes. More seniors spend another freezing night in broken RVs. More kids fall behind in school because they're doing homework by flashlight in a camper. More working people get pushed further into crisis, and more taxpayer money gets wasted on enforcement and sweeps that solve absolutely nothing. This isn't sustainable, it's not humane, and it's completely preventable. Other cities made different choices. San Diego, Los Angeles, Seattle, even smaller cities like Eugene, Olympia, and Sacramento. They invested in infrastructure. They created legal pathways out of vehicle dwelling. They chose to help people instead of punish them. And their unsheltered numbers dropped as a result. Denver can do the same thing. But it starts with seeing this clearly, not as a parking problem, not as a public nuisance, but as a housing crisis that demands a housing solution. And it starts with people like you refusing to look away. If you made it this far, thank you. You're part of the solution now. Share this video. Talk about what you learned. Ask your city council representatives what Denver's actual plan is for vehicle dwellers. Ask them why the city doesn't have safe parking programs. Ask them why enforcement gets $14 million while services get nothing. Because silence protects the status quo, and the status quo is failing thousands of people right now, tonight, while we have all the tools we need to help them. Hit subscribe so you don't miss it, because this...
Thank you, RV Crisis, for that awesome video and update. Yeah, it's a damn shame. Denver could be implementing solutions, but they refuse to do that. They just want to keep criminalizing people for being unhoused based off the crisis they caused. We had a housing crisis before the scandemic, plandemic. We had a housing crisis before the illegal immigrant invasion. And these must continue to do nothing to alleviate nor solve the housing crisis. But I had housing solutions. I still have housing solutions. Me and Lady Che both have housing solutions. But these must don't want to hear nothing that we got to say. And if they do hear it, they want to steal it and take credit for it. Like they did the tiny home villages, like they did so many other things. I don't want to get on a rant, but it's just very frustrating when you have a solution and the damn city refuses to acknowledge it unless they can take credit for it. All right, so the two mayor mics. So Michael Hancoon, who was the previous mayor, he is the one that started their sweeps on a regular basis, and his predecessor, not predecessor, but his successor, Mike Johnson, the white boy from Aspen, he's continuing off where Hancock left off with the enforcement of the camping ban and of these ridiculous ordinances, such as that 72-hour RV ban. So, City Cast Denver is going to give us an update on the two wildly different approaches to homelessness that both of the mayors, Cancun and Johnston, now have attempted to implement.
And 0 THC. Check out Get Your Tickets Now. Catch people up if they're totally new to this. Our current mayor, Mike Johnston, was elected on the promise of ending unsheltered homelessness in his first term. He bought some old hotels to convert to transitional housing, which was his, quote, housing first strategy. What do you think are the results of his first 2 years?
So if
That was
you listen to what the mayor has.
That was my idea and Lady Chase's idea. But originally it was my idea when I ran for city council at large. I said we got all these vacant hotels, luxury apartments. We need to use those and put our people up in them, put unhoused people in them. They laughed, joked, said, "Oh, that's ridiculous. You don't know what you're talking about. That would never work." And then lo and behold, here come the rich white boy from Aspen that got the $6 million from Bloomberg. Now, that's why he's the mayor. Otherwise, it would be Kelly Bruff or even worse, Lisa Calderon. But he got that $6 million from Bloomberg, so now he's the mayor. And it's the same one that said he was down to get arrested for the illegals. He stole my idea to put people in the housing. And now he's having a very hard time implementing it because it wasn't his idea to begin with. But I'm going to let them continue
To say about it. And I think this is echoed in a lot of people's experience. They're seeing fewer encampments, right? He, quote unquote, ended encampments, large scale encampments, brought people straight from there into hotels. The result has been very pleasing from what I'm hearing to kind of the business class, to residents in pretty dense areas where there were quite a few encampments. What's happened to people once they get into the hotels is like a whole nother set of questions, some of which we know and some of which I think there's more to understand.
What are some of those issues, do you know, from
Sure.
looking at it?
Well, there are people who did manage to go from those hotel rooms, which, as the mayor talks about, are transitional housing or transitional shelter, into more permanent housing, subsidized in some way. Maybe they get a job. Maybe they have family reunification. Other people really didn't thrive in those shelters, and in some cases were kicked out and are back on the street. And we've seen in the city this pretty intense push to get rid of the tents. The tents were a symbol of a kind of economic collapse in the city. And so now you have people outside without tents. You have people who are no longer concentrating in the city center, even though there are a lot of services down here. They are pushed to the outskirts of town, in some cases moving into suburbs, and kind of all over the map. And, you know, there are all sorts of municipalities that talk about trying to get services to people, wraparound services, all of that. It's a real struggle.
I think it just gets to the complexity, too, of trying to make something like this happen.
Yeah, I mean, you have tons of individuals, each with their own stories, experiences, issues, just trying to figure out how to navigate both a challenging economy and a healthcare system that is not delivering for them. You also have with the mayor, from what he says, an increase in quality of life enforcement going on. So that means more interactions between police and people who are committing very low-level crimes. So let's say they are using drugs in public or engaged in vandalism or shoplifting. The mayor has really concentrated energy from the police department in addressing those in different ways. And at the same time, the JIDs and the BIDs and all these different community groups have their own private security, and in some cases, ambassadors who go out and kind of try to move people along. It's a really hard city right now to stay in one place in if you're poor.
I do just want to say to the healthcare component too, though, I know Denver Health is just like, it takes on everybody. So I can see where we do have, they're the safety net hospital, as they're called, for the state. So, I mean, I don't want to say they're trying their best, but they really are. I just see how complicated it can be because there's no one solution for everybody.
Absolutely.
You know?
I've done some reporting recently on the Denver jail, and Sheriff Diggins describes the jail as the #1 mental health provider in the city. And that's true. They've also seen some pretty serious staffing shortages, cuts, et cetera there. So, you have the jail set up as a mental health center. You have an overwhelmed mental health situation. And really, since the 1970s, we haven't had state-run hospitals where people with profound mental health issues can go. And those in and of themselves at the time were overcrowded, were challenging, had too few psychiatrists.
Had a lot of people in them that were maybe not, that was not the issue for them. Like we saw institutionalization of disabled people, for instance, but like I can see why it was such a big thing to take on. Another thing though, that you mentioned is open drug use. And like, I have empathy and for those folks, but I can see why a lot of people are like, this is not good. I don't want to see this. And also I don't want my kids to see it. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of layers.
There are a lot of layers. I mean, it's always interesting to me, the kinds of open drug use that the city prohibits.
Sure.
So say smoking fentanyl, shooting heroin back in the day, using meth. And then, at the same time, our city boosters absolutely love public drug use when it comes to alcohol and creating spaces where people can drink freely in public. If you go back 100 or not 100 years, if you go back 50 years, the #1 issue city boosters were trying to stop was public drinking. And now we have a city that's enamored with this as an idea, which I just find to be such a sweet irony.
Yeah, it's a very complex thing because also like I can see where the needle usage is a little bit more disturbing or like and also a health risk, right? I mean,
absolutely.
So, well, this is interesting, this initial approach he took, because Mayor Johnston has been changing his strategy up a little bit. He's maybe moving away from housing first. What are the changes you've seen?
So I wouldn't say that when I talk to the mayor, I get a sense that he is no longer committed to housing first. He still sees this as the way. What you're seeing with the mayor is that he is very convinced that he has ended encampments across the city. And so he's moved into what he's calling kind of stage 2, the next stage of addressing unsheltered homelessness. For him, this means not tolerating people who are sleeping outside in winter protective gear. It means moving them on, trying to get them into services, trying to get them some sort of access. Or if folks are what a lot of people call service resistant, using police or law enforcement as a part of that equation. Though when I talk to Police Chief Thomas, he says, well, we're not really in the business of making many more arrests right now. Sheriff Diggins says, yeah, I mean, we have a serious issue here, but we're not expecting a massive overcrowding of the jails coming from Johnston's use of law enforcement.
Interesting. So I think the latest development, that's something that 9 News reported last week, was that City Council approved Johnston's request for $11 million for a new ambassador program. Do you know what this is supposed to look like?
Well, my understanding, okay, so the ambassador program, I think, made its way through committee, and it was a pretty hot button issue in the committee. That money will be used to pay for a group called Urban Alchemy, and I believe also some of the money is going to some other organizations. Urban Peak may be in there as well. The idea is that you have these kind of quote-unquote ambassadors who walk through the streets, and their primary focus is trying to get people some sort of assistance, some sort of help. They also have a secondary function, which is, hey, you want to know where the great pizza shop is? You want to know how to get to the baseball game? Here's how. And so they're kind of in this really interesting dual function that is very different for our city's housing department, which is focused on eviction, focused on homelessness, focused on housing. Suddenly these folks are in this kind of dual role. And it's fascinating because, one of the concerns from council members is like, well, why is this living in the housing department? And the housing department says, well, yeah, it's a new change for us as well.
Yeah, I think that's what I saw too, was council people, Chantel Lewis and Sarah Parody in particular, pushed back on that. Like also they were saying from a funding perspective, like why are homeless services funding greeters in the city?
Exactly. And this is a taxpayer homelessness resolution fund that would be funding this. So it's not necessarily the full functionality of these folks is not just homelessness resolution. And I think that's where their criticism comes from.
And also you did bring this up that when it moved from a city council committee, it has not gone to a full vote yet. Do you know why the mayor's maybe shifting to this approach now?
Well, I think he has had a lot of pushback from community members, from, Do Better Denver, from other folks who say, hey, like, you got rid of the encampments, but there's still people breaking down all over the streets and we need to move them on. And Johnston's in a kind of, he has two commitments, right? One is to get people housed. The other is to keep the city safe, to keep it clean. And I think his view is that the folks,
he didn't get rid of people sleeping on the streets. There's still people sleeping on the streets. If I go outside my door right now, I'll see people sleeping on the streets. So it's a misnomer when they say, it's a fallacy, rather, when they say, oh, he got rid of the unsheltered homelessness. No, the hell he didn't. There's still people sleeping on the streets. It's just the majority of them just went into the shadows, but they're still out there.
who are outside now didn't accept the city services, didn't go to the hotel shelters, and are somehow therefore kind of part of different systems, whether that's, again, urgent mental health stuff, whether that's urgent addiction treatment stuff, or whatever the case may be.
Let's talk about what's new in Aurora, because it's a different approach that Mayor Mike Coffman is taking, and he has taken different approaches in the past. He and Johnston have really butted heads on this issue in particular. But Coffman's been talking about taking more of this, quote, work first approach, which he's been talking about for several years. But now they have a brand new shelter putting that into practice. And you reported on this. It's got 3 tiers. Can you explain how the Aurora program is supposed to work?
Yeah. Okay. So work first is this theory that before people can be rewarded with housing, they need to work. Coffman has been a proponent of this historically. I think he veers toward that. This shelter, he says, is not quite that. And I think it's important, to distinguish between the outcome, which is this 3-tiered system, and then like work first. You've got to get a job and then do the thing to get housing. So it's at the Crowne Plaza Hotel. It's, this massive facility. And when we talk about 3 tiers, there's tier 1, which looks a lot like a very new conventional homeless shelter. There are cots in the room. You can't stay there 24 hours. There is a day shelter in the front area, kind of in the lobby, where convention goers might have signed in at one point, where people can access nonprofits and other service providers. But in tier 3, you don't have a very high bar of behavior, right? So you can be using fentanyl, you can be drunk, you can be dealing with severe and untreated mental health issues, and they will make room for you as long as you don't essentially fight someone or stab someone or whatever.
And you get 2 cold meals, I believe.
You get
the specifics, or a few.
You get 2 cold meals, and I think maybe 1 warm one. I can't quite remember the food makeup. So there's that place. If you're staying there regularly, and you can stay there as long as you need, and you connect with a caseworker and say you're committed to maybe doing some job training or finding a job, you can move into tier 2. And when you go into the tier, they're right next to each other. The tier 2 space is fascinating because it's these kind of like sci-fi looking pods. You'll have a twin bed, a few bookshelves, like a place to lock your stuff. You can have this kind of little pod area, and there are a number of them just back to back, row to row. And you can stay there for some time as you go through the workforce training program, as you maybe start working on sobriety, getting mental health treatment, whatever your personal situation might be. But the standard there is that you're moving toward employment. Now, let's say you go sober. Let's say you get a job. You can then move into what they're calling tier 3. And this looks a lot like, in some ways, looks a lot like Denver Mayor Mike Johnston's homeless hotel shelters. And, so then suddenly you're on the top floor, or at least one of the high floors of the Crowne Plaza Hotel. You have a hotel room. You're paying 30% of your income, or around $1,000 a month, to stay there. You're getting nicer meals, and you get nicer meals in tier 2 as well. You're expected to be working. You're expected to be maintaining sobriety. And if you fall out of either of those things, it may be that you move back down to tier 2. And let's say you're no longer working at all on any of this stuff. Hey, you might wind back in tier 1. To me, what's really interesting about the tier 3 hotel room shelters, though, is that like, oh my God, for $1,000, I can get a studio apartment, right?
Yeah, I wondered about that cost.
Yeah, it's a really there are services provided, so there are benefits.
Yeah, I was going to say services and food and
exactly, and you can stay there
security.
For 2 years. After 2 years, you have to find something else. But yeah, so I'm very curious in watching what people choose to do between that sort of tier 2 and tier 3 phase. If they decide to just say, "Hey, like I got a job, I'm going to be independent," or are they really benefiting from the services this facility offers?
Why do you think Mayor Kaufman's taking this approach, or why does he think it's the right one?
Well, I think it's kind of a happy medium between housing first and work first. It's not necessarily housing first because it's not literally housing first.
It's a shelter, yeah. Shelter model at the beginning.
I think from his perspective, there are a lot of different folks with a lot of different needs, and this kind of one facility can match all of those different needs. So I think he's excited about that. There's also, Kaufman is a Republican. He's traditionally very conservative, and the model that he has uses a minimum amount of government funding. It's about $2 million a year for safety, for cleaning, stuff like that. And then the nonprofit that runs the thing actually has to raise about 75% of the funding to keep the thing going. So if you want to talk about like private public partnerships, the private in this instance is doing a ton of the fundraising work. And I think for I think for conservative folks, having government take a smaller role has a lot of appeal. In Denver, the city spent, more than $100 million on homeless hotels. I'd have to go look at the latest numbers, but it's been quite a lot of money.
Sure.
It's been a lot of money, and that's come straight from tax dollars. I think Kaufman sees this as a sort of conservative alternative to that. Since in Denver and from Johnston that, hey, government actually does have a responsibility to pay more toward solutions.
Looking at these two approaches, like how the actual models work and then the funding mechanisms for each of them for Denver and Aurora, do you think it's fair to compare these two operations?
Well, I think it's natural to compare the two operations. I mean, you have two mayors both named Mike in adjacent cities, large cities in Colorado.
This is the Mike. These are the various Mike models.
You have the Democratic Mike, the Republican Mike, both kind of traditional in their approach to their partisanship. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, one of the things when I think about Aurora versus Denver is if I'm living in my car, if I'm living on the street, and there's not really a whole lot of substantive difference between crossing Yosemite or not. And there's a sense that okay, these are two different cities when you're talking about tax dollars or municipal government. But as a resident of the area who lives pretty close to the Aurora border, I don't think a whole lot about where I am. And one of the things regionally, I think we're kind of having a reckoning with is what happens when different municipalities are essentially sharing the exact same folks who are in need. You have a family living in a car, they may get moved around by the police, that sort of thing. One night they might be in Aurora, one night they might be in Lakewood, one night they might be up in Fort Collins. And I've talked to families who've been in all of those different situations from night to night to night. And there isn't necessarily a robust regional approach to these issues. So yes, compare them, but also I think they wind up becoming part of kind of a larger regional ecosystem, whether the mayors are collaborating or not.
That's kind of my last question is can collaboration, do you think they're ready to work together? Because Kaufman and Johnston took very different approaches to the influx of newcomers that we got. That was a huge point of contention between them. They really butted heads on that. So do you think they would be able to come together in some way, or?
I've not seen a lot of evidence of that yet in terms of actual human behavior. So could they? Absolutely. I mean, would it be to the benefit of the metro if mayors across all these cities were working closely, collaboratively, sharing resources, sharing strategies, maybe taking on different strategies in the different communities? Absolutely. And like, there is always room for people to collaborate. I have not seen evidence that that's happening. For example, when they did the big ribbon cutting for the Crown Plaza Hotel, Mayor Mike Johnston from Denver was not there, right? I mean, this is his big issue. This is his signature political issue. And he chose not, well, he did not come.
Yeah, no, that's it. It's it's interesting to think about the optics of it versus the reality. You know, like, have they been talking behind the scenes? We don't know. But the different municipalities part is really interesting to me, because I think about a place like Commerce City that like didn't have any services at all, and then all of a sudden they're getting more folks maybe from other places, and they just don't even have the infrastructure to do it. But we've got these two municipalities right next to each other that are large populations that have the infrastructure. It just looks different in both.
Absolutely. And I think it's all, I mean, I can talk about regional all day long, but then there are questions, can the state do more? Can the federal government do more? Homelessness has often been a subject addressed by municipal governments. Oftentimes, homelessness is the product of national trends. So a national housing crisis, a national drug crisis, right? These are a lack of mental health services that's national. So, you know, there's a big question here about whether municipalities are tackling something that is way beyond the scope of what they can do with local taxes.
Kyle, thank you so much. This was really insightful.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so two different approaches, and it's still not helping. So we're going to switch gears and move to California and see what's going on Skid Row in California. So Skid Row, Los Angeles aside, downtown LA, where crime is 1,000 per 100,000, 9,000 per 100,000, and 5 people die daily.
Per 100,000 residents. Let me put that in perspective for you. Detroit, one of America's most dangerous cities, sits at 2,000. Chicago, around 3,000. Skid Row in downtown Los Angeles quadruples Detroit's crime rate. And that's just what gets reported. We're talking about 50 square blocks in the heart of one of the richest cities on earth, 2.71 square kilometers, 78,000 people living in tents, under tarps, and cardboard boxes. To give you a sense of the density, this area packs 4 times the population density of Manhattan, except nobody here has an apartment. They have shopping carts. 5 people die here every single day, not once in a while, daily. That's 1,825 deaths per year in an area smaller than most college campuses. The life expectancy in Skid Row is 48 years. The national average is 78. People living in this neighborhood lose 3 decades of life just by being there. The exact boundaries run from 3rd Street to 7th Street between Alameda and Main. If you pulled up Google Maps right now, you'd see it sits literally 15 minutes walking from corporate skyscrapers worth billions. The contrast isn't just shocking, it's obscene. You can stand on one corner and see the glass towers of downtown's financial district. Turn around and you're looking at what the United Nations would classify as a humanitarian crisis zone if it existed in a developing country. And here's the thing about those 9,000 crimes. They represent only what actually gets reported. Estimates suggest 60% of crimes in Skid Row never make it to official statistics. Sexual assaults, robberies between residents, assaults. When you're living on the street with no address, no phone, no trust in police, you don't report much. So that 9,000 figure, multiply it by 2.5 to get closer to reality. We're potentially looking at 22,000 crimes annually in 50 blocks. 300 people die from fentanyl overdoses here annually. That's nearly 1 person per day, just from one drug. The pills are pressed to look like prescription medication, Percocet, Xanax, but they're pure fentanyl. 2 milligrams can kill you. That's the equivalent of a few grains of salt. People take what they think is a painkiller and they're dead in minutes. 1 in 4 women reports being sexually assaulted within the last year. Think about that statistic. 25%. And those are just the ones willing to report it. The actual number is almost certainly higher. There are areas of Skid Row where women won't go alone, even during the day. Tents in certain sections are known as danger zones. Diseases that were essentially eliminated in developed countries are making comebacks in Skid Row. Typhus, hepatitis A, tuberculosis. There have been outbreaks of medieval-era illnesses in downtown Los Angeles in the 21st century. In 2017, there was a hepatitis A outbreak that infected over 600 people. The city had to power wash the streets with bleach. Typhus cases linked to Skid Row reached levels not seen since World War II. 67% of Skid Row residents have diagnosed mental health conditions that go completely untreated. No medication, no therapy, no support. Schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, severe depression, PTSD. People experiencing psychotic episodes just wander the streets. The mental health infrastructure that used to exist was dismantled decades ago, and nothing replaced it. Los Angeles spends over $1 billion annually on homelessness. $1 billion. And the population keeps growing. The numbers don't lie. In 2015, LA had 26,000 homeless people. By 2025, it's over 78,000. That's a 300% increase in a decade, while spending increased exponentially. The money is going somewhere, but it's not solving the problem. The city has the 5th largest economy in the world if it were its own country. Greater Los Angeles generates over $1 trillion in GDP annually. Yet this exists. The wealth is there. The resources are there. What's missing is the political will to actually address it. Beverly Hills is 20 minutes away by car. $50 million mansions versus $0 tents. The wealth gap isn't metaphorical here. It's geographical. You can literally see it from one neighborhood to the next. Rodeo Drive, where people spend $10,000 on a handbag, is a short drive from people who haven't showered in months. California has 50% of America's entire homeless population. One state. Half the country's unsheltered people. And Skid Row is the epicenter of that crisis. It's become a magnet. Not because people want to be there, but because it's one of the few places where you won't immediately be arrested for being homeless. But numbers only tell part of the story. Statistics don't explain how this happened. They don't show you why one of the wealthiest regions on the planet allows this to exist. They don't reveal the deliberate policy decisions that created what you're about to learn was an intentionally designed containment zone. Because here's what most people don't know. Skid Row wasn't an accident. It wasn't the natural result of economic forces or unfortunate circumstances. It was created, deliberately, by a specific policy decision made 50 years ago that turned a poor neighborhood into a human warehouse. And understanding how it was built explains exactly why it's so damn hard to dismantle. Skid Row started in the 1870s. The term Skid Row actually comes from Seattle, where loggers would skid logs down muddy roads. The areas where these roads existed became known as skid rows, cheap districts where temporary workers would stay between jobs. Los Angeles developed its own version when railroad workers needed affordable housing near the train yards. It was a practical solution to a practical problem. Workers needed cheap places to sleep near where they worked. By the 1930s and 40s, the Great Depression and returning World War II veterans created the first major concentration of people in the area. But it was still functioning. There were single-room occupancy hotels, SROs, 15,000 rooms, renting for $3 a night. These weren't luxury accommodations. They were 8 by 10-foot rooms with a bed, maybe a sink, shared bathrooms down the hall, but it was shelter. It was affordable. It worked. The neighborhood had an economy. Day labor offices where you could get hired for construction or loading work. Cheap restaurants serving 50-cent meals. Bars, pawn shops, secondhand clothing stores. It was poor, absolutely, but it had structure. People worked odd jobs, stayed in cheap hotels, saved money, moved on when they found better opportunities. The system wasn't perfect, but it functioned as a safety net for the working poor. Then came 1975. The Los Angeles Police Department officially adopted what they called the containment policy. Let me be very clear about what this was. A deliberate strategy to concentrate homeless people in one specific area of downtown. The stated reason was to protect commercial and tourist zones. If homeless people gathered in Beverly Hills or Santa Monica, that hurt business. So create one zone where being homeless was tolerated as long as you stayed within the boundaries. keep them contained, out of sight, out of mind. The policy was never officially written down as let's create a ghetto, but that's exactly what it was. Police would pick up homeless people from other parts of the city and drop them in Skid Row. Social services directed people there. It became an unofficial dumping ground. And once that concentration started, it became self-reinforcing. Services located there because that's where the people were. More people came because that's where the services were. Around the same time, President Reagan was closing state psychiatric hospitals across California. In 1967, California had over 37,000 psychiatric hospital beds. By the mid-'80s, that number had dropped below 7,000. Deinstitutionalization was supposed to be paired with community mental health centers. Those centers were never funded. Thousands of people with serious mental illness, people who had been institutionalized for years, were discharged with nowhere to go and no treatment plan. Many ended up in Skid Row because it was the one place police wouldn't immediately arrest them for existing in public. The mentally ill population in Skid Row exploded. People who needed medication, therapy, and structured support were instead living in tents on sidewalks. The population went from 5,000 people in 1975 to 18,000 by 1990, and the character of the area completely changed. It stopped being a place for the working poor and became a concentration of people with severe disabilities, addiction, and mental illness. Then came 1986 and the crack epidemic. Cocaine, specifically crack cocaine, flooded American cities. Skid Row became an open-air drug market. You could buy drugs on literally every corner. Violence exploded. The functional economy that had existed for working poor people collapsed into addiction and survival. Gangs moved in to control the drug trade. Shootings became common. The police response was minimal because of the containment policy, remember? As long as the violence stayed within Skid Row, it was tolerated. Simultaneously, developers started eyeing downtown Los Angeles for revitalization. The Arts District, lofts, galleries, expensive restaurants. Young professionals wanted urban living, but they needed the land. So 75% of those SRO hotels, the 15,000 affordable rooms, were demolished, torn down to make space for luxury developments. The people living in them received no relocation assistance, no replacement housing. They had nowhere to go except the streets. This is the part that people miss when they talk about personal responsibility. The homelessness crisis didn't happen because people suddenly started making bad decisions. It happened because the affordable housing that existed was systematically destroyed without replacement. You can't house 15,000 people in SROs, destroy those SROs, and then act surprised when 15,000 more people are on the streets. By 2000, gentrification had completely surrounded Skid Row. The Arts District became trendy. Downtown lofts sold for millions. Whole Foods opened. Artisanal coffee shops. And Skid Row remained a 50-block zone of concentrated poverty, literally adjacent to wealth. The contrast became even more stark because now you had young tech workers stepping over homeless people on their way to brunch. Then came fentanyl. Around 2015, fentanyl started replacing heroin on the streets. It's 50 to 100 times stronger than morphine. 2 milligrams, the size of 3 grains of salt, can kill you. It's cheaper to produce than heroin, more profitable to sell, and exponentially more addictive. Heroin addiction was devastating, but fentanyl created instant, deadly dependency. You can't taper off fentanyl the way you might with other drugs. The withdrawal can literally kill you. Overdose deaths in Skid Row increased 400% in 5 years. Walk through Skid Row on any given day, and you'll see people passed out, not sleeping, but overdosed, slowly dying until someone gives them Narcan. Narcan, the overdose reversal drug, is everywhere. Nonprofits hand it out for free. Some people get revived multiple times per week. COVID-19 hit in 2020. Skid Row, with people living inches apart in tents, saw massive outbreaks. There was nowhere to isolate, no way to social distance when you're sleeping shoulder to shoulder with strangers. The virus ripped through the encampments. Hospitals were overwhelmed with Skid Row patients. The death toll was never accurately counted because many people died in tents and weren't found for days. By 2025, the population reached 78,000 and counting. Los Angeles has spent over $1 billion on homelessness. The population increased 42%. For every housing unit built, 5 more people lost their homes. The math isn't working. The crisis is accelerating. And here's the thing you need to understand. This didn't happen by accident. Every step of this, from the containment policy to destroying affordable housing to allowing fentanyl to flood the streets, these were policy choices. Decisions made by people with power. Skid Row is the result of 50 years of intentional neglect disguised as urban planning. 5 in the morning. That's when the day starts in Skid Row, whether you want it to or not. The city sends cleaning crews through the streets, usually around 4:45 a.m. They wake everyone up, tell them to move their tents. There's a municipal code, section 41.18, that says tents and personal property can't obstruct the sidewalk between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. So every single morning, 78,000 people pack up everything they own into shopping carts and bags, move it to the side, wait for the street sweepers to pass, then set it all back up again. The process takes about an hour if you're efficient. If you're sick, elderly, or impaired, it can take 2 hours. And if you don't move fast enough, the sanitation workers will throw your stuff in the garbage truck. They're not supposed to, but it happens. People lose tents, sleeping bags, identification, medication, everything, because they couldn't pack fast enough. The line for portable toilets starts forming around 5:30. The city provides portable bathrooms, but the ratio is absurd. 1 toilet for every 250 people. Do the math on that. 78,000 people, 312 toilets. If everyone needed to use the bathroom once per day, each toilet would need to service 250 people. Obviously, people need to go more than once. So the lines are endless, starting before dawn and continuing all day. Some people just give up and use alleys, doorways, anywhere they can find. That's part of why disease spreads so fast here. Hepatitis A, which spreads through fecal contamination, becomes inevitable when there's inadequate sanitation. The city knows this. Public health officials have written reports. Nothing changes. By 7 a.m., the day centers open. Places like the Weingart Center or the Downtown Women's Center, indoor spaces where people can sit, use bathrooms, maybe get a cup of coffee. Total capacity across all day centers, about 2,000 people. Demand, over 78,000. Most don't get in. They spend the day on the sidewalk, sitting on cardboard, trying to find shade when it's hot, trying to stay dry when it rains. Breakfast happens at the missions. Union Rescue Mission, Los Angeles Mission, Midnight Mission. They serve meals, hundreds of meals, but there's a catch. You have to attend a religious service first. It's called a spiritual requirement. Want breakfast? Sit through a sermon. Some people are fine with that. They're religious or they don't mind. Others find it degrading, being forced to perform religious participation for food. But hunger wins. So they sit through the service, say amen, get their meal. By 9 a.m., people start working. And yeah, people in Skid Row work. The idea that everyone there is lazy or doesn't want to work is complete nonsense. They collect cans and bottles. California pays 5 cents per container through the recycling program. To make $20 enough to buy food for the day, you need 400 containers. That means pushing a shopping cart for 8 to 10 hours, digging through trash bins, competing with hundreds of others doing the same thing. There's an entire economy around this. Certain blocks are known for better trash, areas near restaurants or office buildings. People establish routes, relationships with businesses that save recyclables for them. It's work. Exhausting, degrading work that pays less than minimum wage, but it's work. This is what people call the shopping cart economy. Everything you own has to be portable because you have nowhere to store it. You can't have furniture. You can't accumulate possessions. Your entire life fits in a cart that you push everywhere, that you sleep next to, that you guard constantly. Because if someone steals it, you've lost everything. Your ID, your clothes, your blanket, your food, gone. Summer in Los Angeles, temperatures hit 95, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Skid Row has almost no trees, no parks, no shade. The buildings are concrete and asphalt that absorb and radiate heat. People sit against buildings trying to find any relief. Dehydration is constant. Heat stroke is common. There are water stations, but not nearly enough. People pass out from the heat regularly. There are 3 mobile medical clinics serving 78,000 people. 3 vans with volunteer doctors and nurses driving around offering basic care. They can treat minor infections, hand out antibiotics, check blood pressure, but anything serious requires going to the emergency room, which most people avoid because hospital bills for uninsured patients can reach thousands of dollars. So treatable conditions become life-threatening. Then there's the reality of addiction. Fentanyl withdrawal can kill you. It's not like alcohol or heroin where withdrawal is just painful. Fentanyl withdrawal is medically dangerous. Severe dehydration, seizures, cardiac arrest. So people aren't just using to get high, they're using to not die. That means finding money, finding a dealer, using, then starting the cycle again every 4 to 6 hours. The dealers operate openly. Certain corners are known for certain drugs. Narcotics officers know exactly where dealing happens. But enforcement is complicated because arresting low-level dealers doesn't stop the supply. It just creates a vacancy that gets filled immediately. So police focus on violent crime, which means the drug trade operates with minimal interference. By 3 p.m., people start lining up for dinner and shelter. The shelters use a lottery system. They have maybe 3,000 beds total for 78,000 people. Union Rescue Mission has 1,000 beds. Los Angeles Mission has 350. Midnight Mission has 200. Combined, all the shelters together can house about 4% of Skid Row's population. People get a ticket, wait for their number to be called. Most numbers don't get called. When yours isn't called, you find your spot on the street. In Skid Row, people establish territories. This is an actual system. Long-term residents have spots they've claimed for months or years. New people have to negotiate, find unclaimed space, or risk conflict. After 9 p.m., the streets get dangerous. Robberies between residents. Not tourists getting robbed, but homeless people robbing other homeless people. Someone gets their disability check, word spreads, they get jumped that night. Sexual assaults increase after dark. Women travel in groups when possible. Beatings over territorial disputes, over debts, over nothing. Police patrol every 2 hours or so, but they don't intervene unless there's a body. The unofficial policy is still containment, remember? As long as the violence stays within Skid Row's boundaries, it's tolerated. Officers will drive through, shine lights, keep moving. Arrest rates for crimes in Skid Row are significantly lower than the rest of LA because the justice system is already overwhelmed. Between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., this is when people die. Overdoses, mostly. Someone takes what they think is their normal dose, but this batch is stronger, and they're dead. Hypothermia when winter temperatures drop to 40 degrees and you don't have adequate blankets. Assaults that turn fatal. Medical emergencies with no one to call for help. The sounds are constant. Sirens, always sirens. Screaming, sometimes from nightmares, sometimes from actual violence. Metal shopping carts, scraping pavement as people move through the darkness. Generators running to power phones or lights. Coughing, endless coughing from chronic respiratory infections. And then 5 a.m. comes again. The cleaning crews return. The cycle restarts. Pack up your tent, move your stuff, wait for the sweepers, set everything back up. Every single day, 365 days a year, for 78,000 people. This is life in Skid Row. Here's what people love to say. They chose to be there. They made bad decisions. They're lazy. They're addicts who don't want help. Let me destroy that myth with one fact. 50% of people in Skid Row arrived there with active employment. Half, they had jobs. They were working. And they still ended up on the streets. Want to know why? Math. Pure, simple, brutal mathematics. California's minimum wage is $16 per hour. Work 40 hours a week. That's $640 weekly. $2,773 monthly before taxes. After taxes, you're looking at maybe $2,300 take home. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Los Angeles is $2,400 per month. That's more than your entire take-home pay from a full-time minimum wage job. You literally cannot afford rent and also eat. It's mathematically impossible. And that's assuming you can find an apartment for the average price, which in reality requires first month's rent, last month's rent, security deposit. So you need $7,200 cash just to move in. One medical emergency, one car breakdown that costs $800 to fix, one missed paycheck because you got sick and don't have paid leave. That's all it takes. Suddenly you're choosing between rent and food. Then you're behind on rent. Then you're evicted. And once you're on the street, getting back is nearly impossible. Here's the trap, the catch-22 that people don't understand. To get housing, you need identification, credit history, rental references, and no criminal record. But to get identification, you need a permanent address. To get credit, you need a bank account, which requires identification and an address. To get references, you need prior landlords who will vouch for you. But if you've been homeless, you don't have that. See the problem? You can't get out without the things you lost by being there in the first place. It's a closed loop designed to keep people trapped. And that criminal record part, 80% of Skid Row residents have arrests. For what? Crimes of survival, sleeping in public, sitting on the sidewalk, loitering, public urination when there aren't enough bathrooms. Being homeless is effectively illegal in America. You get arrested, now you have a record, now you can't pass background checks, now you're permanently locked out of 90% of rental housing. Some people have multiple arrests for the same thing, sleeping outside, because they have nowhere else to sleep. Each arrest makes getting housing harder. It's a spiral that only goes down. Los Angeles spends over $1 billion annually on homelessness. Where does it go? That's the question that should keep people awake at night. Audits from 2023 by the city controller found that only 60% of funding reaches actual services. 40% disappears into administrative costs, overhead, salaries for nonprofit executives, consultants, bureaucracy. Here's a specific example. The Proposition HHH bond, passed in 2016, allocated $1.2 billion to build 10,000 units of supportive housing. As of 2025, 9 years later, fewer than 1,600 units have been completed. That's 16% of the goal. Where did the rest of the money go? Administrative costs, environmental reviews, permits, delays. And the units that were built cost an average of $700,000 each. $700,000 for one unit of housing. The national average for similar construction is $200,000. Why is LA's cost 3.5 times higher? Regulations, union requirements that mandate specific wage rates, environmental impact studies that take years, community opposition, NIMBYism that files lawsuits delaying projects, building codes that require expensive materials, permits that cost tens of thousands just to file. The bureaucracy makes it financially impossible to build housing at scale. And here's the incentive problem nobody wants to talk about. Homelessness has become an industry. $5 to $7 billion flows annually through California's homeless services sector. 50,000 jobs depend directly or indirectly on this crisis existing. Nonprofits, government agencies, administrators, caseworkers, social workers, police, emergency medical staff, hospital workers. I'm not saying these people want homelessness to continue. Many are genuinely trying to help. But structurally, systematically, solving the problem eliminates the funding and the jobs. That's a perverse incentive built into the system. Organizations need to show they're serving people to get renewed funding. But if they actually solve the problem, they'd lose funding. So there's an unconscious drive toward maintaining the status quo. Then there's the development angle that people don't discuss. Skid Row keeps property values artificially low in surrounding areas, which makes gentrification more profitable. Developers can buy cheap in areas adjacent to Skid Row, build luxury housing, and sell high because the contrast makes their developments look premium. Every luxury building built near Skid Row increases pressure on the area while simultaneously benefiting from its existence. And fentanyl changed everything. Before 2015, heroin was the drug of choice in Skid Row. Heroin addiction is terrible, absolutely, but it's relatively manageable. You can function somewhat on heroin. Hold a conversation, do day labor, maintain some structure in your life. Fentanyl is 50 to 100 times stronger than morphine. 2 milligrams kill you. That's the size of 3 grains of salt. The addiction is instant and all-consuming. One use can create physical dependency. The high lasts 30 minutes to an hour, then you need more or withdrawal starts. People become completely dysfunctional, unable to think about anything except the next dose. Trunk, which is xylazine, an animal tranquilizer mixed with fentanyl, creates what people call zombification. Users stand frozen for hours, completely catatonic, bent over at impossible angles. The drug causes wounds that don't heal, necrotic tissue that requires amputation, infection spread. It's destroyed any possibility of of functional addiction. Overdose deaths increased 400% in 5 years. Narcan, the reversal drug, is everywhere. Nonprofits hand it out. People carry it. But Narcan only works if someone finds you in time and administers it correctly. Many people die alone in tents, not discovered for days. So when people ask why $1 billion doesn't fix Skid Row, this is why. The money doesn't reach the people who need it because 40% evaporates into bureaucracy. Building housing costs 3 times the national average because of regulations and NIMBYism. There are structural incentives to maintain the problem rather than solve it. The drug crisis, specifically fentanyl, has made the population harder to help than ever before. And the poverty trap is designed to keep people homeless once they become homeless. None of this is accident. It's not unfortunate circumstances. It's design. Systems designed to contain, manage, and profit from poverty rather than eliminate it. Yes, and we know it works because other places have done it. Let's start with Houston, Texas. This is important because Houston is about as politically different from Los Angeles as you can get. Conservative city, red state, very different politics. And yet they've dramatically reduced homelessness while LA's crisis has exploded. In 2011, Houston had 8,500 people experiencing homelessness. By 2023, that number dropped to 3,200. That's a 62% reduction in 12 years. During that same period, LA's homeless population increased by over 300%. What did Houston do differently? Housing first. The model is radically simple. Give people housing immediately, no conditions. Don't make them get sober first. Don't make them prove they deserve it. Don't require them to jump through hoops or complete programs. Just house them, roof over their head, then provide support services, addiction treatment if they want it, mental health care, job training, life skills. But the foundation is stable housing. The logic is straightforward. It's nearly impossible to address addiction, mental illness, or unemployment when you're sleeping on the street. How do you get clean when you're surrounded by drugs? How do you take psychiatric medication when you have nowhere to store it? How do you show up for job interviews when you haven't showered in a week? Housing First removes those barriers. Houston also did something LA refuses to do: unified leadership. They created the Way Home, one coordinating agency with actual authority over 100 different organizations, nonprofits, government agencies, service providers, no bureaucratic fragmentation, no turf wars between nonprofits competing for funding. One strategic plan executed coherently by all partners. The results speak for themselves. The cost-benefit math is clear. Houston invested $40 million in Housing First programs. They saved $60 million in reduced emergency room visits, jail costs, and police responses. Housing people is cheaper than leaving them on the streets, significantly cheaper. Emergency room visits for untreated chronic conditions cost thousands per visit. Jail costs $80,000 per person per year. Permanent supportive housing with services costs about $20,000 annually. Now, let's look at Helsinki, Finland. In the 1980s, Finland had a homelessness crisis proportional to what LA faces now relative to population size. Thousands of people living on the streets, in shelters, in temporary housing. By 2023, they'd virtually eliminated street homelessness. Fewer than 50 people sleep on Helsinki's streets on any given night. 50. How? The Y Foundation, a nonprofit housing organization, implemented a massive Housing First program starting in 2007. They bought buildings, renovated them, converted them into supportive housing, and rented them at subsidized rates. The rent is 30% of income, whatever that income is. If you have zero income, you pay zero rent until you find work. They invented Housing First as a model. It was developed in Finland, proven effective there, then exported worldwide. 90% of people housed through Finland's program remain stably housed after 5 years. The model works. It's been replicated successfully in dozens of countries: Canada, France, Scotland, Austria, everywhere. It's implemented seriously. It works. Everywhere except, apparently, the United States. So what would it take in LA? Let's do the math. 78,000 people currently on the streets. Add another 72,000 who are precariously housed, one paycheck from homelessness. You need 150,000 housing units built in 5 years to make a real dent. Is that possible? Absolutely. During World War II, the US built 16 million housing units in 4 years for war workers and returning soldiers. The country constructed entire cities from scratch. We have the industrial capacity, the construction knowledge, the materials. We lack the political will. The investment needed is $3 to $5 billion over 5 years. That sounds massive until you remember LA already spends over $1 billion annually with negative results. Spending $3 to $5 billion to actually solve the problem would save money long-term by reducing emergency services, healthcare costs, and incarceration. The model needs to be mixed, not one size fits all. Permanent supportive housing for people with severe disabilities, chronic health conditions, serious mental illness. These are people who need ongoing support services integrated into their housing. Transitional housing for people getting back on their feet who need temporary assistance but can achieve independence. Rapid rehousing with short-term rental subsidies for people who just need help with first month, last month deposit, plus integrated services all on site. Mental health care, addiction treatment, that's voluntary, not mandatory. Job training, life skills, case management. The housing is permanent, the services are available, but participation is voluntary. That's key. Force doesn't work, support does. Legal reform is essential. The regulations that make housing costs $700,000 per unit need to be eliminated. Streamline permitting so projects don't take 5 years to approve. Reduce environmental review requirements for supportive housing. Override local zoning that prevents construction. Make it financially viable to build at scale. And here's the hard part politically. It requires one coordinating authority with actual executive power. Not 20 different agencies competing for funding and credit. Not nonprofits protecting their turf. One leader, one agency, one plan with clear goals, timelines, and accountability. Houston proved this works. The fragmented approach has failed for decades. But let's be realistic about the future, because hope without honesty is just delusion. There are 3 scenarios for Skid Row by 35 years from now. Scenario A, continuity. Everything stays the same. We keep spending billions on ineffective programs. The population keeps growing 8 to 10% annually. By 2030, 150,000 people live on LA streets. Encampments expand into previously unaffected neighborhoods, Venice, Hollywood, Silver Lake. Tent cities become normalized, permanent features of the urban landscape. Costs explode to $10 billion annually just for emergency services, healthcare, and law enforcement. Diseases that were eliminated return as endemic: typhus, tuberculosis, cholera potentially. Tourism declines as conventions and visitors avoid LA, costing $500 million plus in lost revenue. The crisis becomes the defining characteristic of Los Angeles, overshadowing everything else. Scenario B, total criminalization. The Supreme Court ruling in 2024, Grants Pass v. Johnson, allowed cities to arrest people for sleeping in public even when shelter space doesn't exist. LA goes full enforcement, mass arrests, strict anti-camping laws, aggressive sweeps pushing people out of downtown. Where do they go? Anywhere, everywhere. Neighboring cities, surrounding counties, the riverbed, the desert. The problem disperses but doesn't disappear. And the cost is astronomical. $80,000 per year per person to incarcerate versus $20,000 for housing and services. Plus, anyone arrested gets a permanent criminal record, making reintegration into society effectively impossible. It's a cycle that only creates more homelessness. Scenario C, actual solution. This requires political will we haven't seen yet, but remains possible. Housing First implemented at massive scale. 150,000 units in 5 years. Prevention through real rent control and strong tenant protection so people don't become homeless in the first place. Coordinated services with one authority managing everything. Legal reform eliminating barriers to construction. This scenario requires elected officials to prioritize solving homelessness over appeasing homeowners who oppose construction. It requires spending money upfront to save money long-term. It requires looking at what worked in Houston and Helsinki and swallowing pride to copy it. The evidence exists. The blueprint exists. What's missing is courage. Here's why you should care even if you don't live in LA, even if you've never been to Skid Row, even if you think this doesn't affect you, you're closer to homelessness than you think. Studies show most Americans are 2 or 3 crises away from losing housing. Medical emergency with inadequate insurance, job loss during an economic downturn, divorce, car accident, serious illness. That's it. That's all it takes. The systems that failed people in Skid Row exist everywhere. Unaffordable housing, inadequate health care, lack of mental health services, addiction treatment that costs thousands out of pocket, wages that haven't kept pace with cost of living. These aren't LA problems. They're American problems. Skid Row is just where those failures are most visible. Skid Row measures our collective moral failure as a society. 5 people die there daily, 1,825 per year. That's more casualties than most wars. And we have the resources to stop it. The wealth exists, the knowledge exists, the solutions exist, and have been proven effective elsewhere. We choose not to implement them. That choice says something profound about who we are as a society, what we value, who we consider worthy of help. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Because doing nothing is a choice. Accepting the status quo is a choice. Allowing this to continue is a choice. And every day we make that choice, 5 more people die in the richest city, in one of the richest countries in human history. That should be unacceptable. The fact that it isn't tells you everything you need to know.
Talk about hell on earth. Ooh, Skid Row is no joke. When they have the solutions, they just won't implement them. Just like here in Denver, they have the solutions, they just will not implement them. It's just ridiculous. So we need to vote these motherfuckers out of office that don't want to do nothing to help solve this problem. We just keep exacerbating it and making it worse. So to make matters even worse, growing homeless population is the seniors. So seniors are dying on the streets, U.S. states, United States homeless crisis. So those that die, hey, I'll be able to retire and went to the sunset. Now they're on the streets. So it's really bad all across this country. In the richest country in the world, right? We can't house, feed, or clothe our seniors.
It's 4 a.m. in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's still 29 degrees Celsius.
God bless you guys.
The zone is the homeless area of the city.
How old are you, babe? 69.
Baby boomers, born between 1946 and 1964. The generation that heralded the economic upswing in the USA, now homeless and living among young drug addicts.
2 people died over here.
Right here?
2 nights ago, a gal got raped.
Yeah, I heard
it.
And then I had a ranch I gave to my daughter. And I just couldn't handle it no more.
It's 6:30 a.m. and Peter Moyer Sr., age 62, heads out with Superman under his arm.
Have a good day, brother. How you doing, small brother? My name Moya in Spain means winner or champion. I started that limousine business out of the fluke, and we just flourished. It just flourished. And my name of the company was SP Transportation, strictly professional. I've had big names like Diana Ross, Holly Berry, Carlos Santana, Bette Midler, Barry Manilow. They were all my clients. And then my wife got sick. And some of my big clients said, don't shut the company down. We got plans. No brainer. My wife needed me right then and there. So I had to shut down. She needed me 24 hours. She was on dialysis, and I was getting 2 hours of sleep a night. I was taking care of her, going to work to try to get some bills paid. and went through my savings. Doctors ate up $65,000 in 4 months. In between that time, we got separated, me and my wife.
With $1,300 from his disability pension, he was also supporting his best friend's widow. Then happened what has driven many people to the streets. A rent increase from $700 to $1,500 in 3 months.
The last 2 years, I've lived in and out of some shelters and on the street in my car. I saved one of my town cars in my company, and I was living in there. And here recently, a month ago, the car finally took a kaput on me, and I couldn't afford to fix it. So I had the junkyard come pick it up, and I came straight. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was sleeping on the streets behind the building. This goes in the garbage.
During the day, Peter likes to go to the Justa Center, an NGO for homeless seniors. Here he can get breakfast, lunch, dinner, and just as importantly, air conditioning, which is a relief when temperatures outside are as high as 48 degrees Celsius this summer. Rudy Solis is one of the directors at the Justa Center. He himself was homeless for 5 years. The Justa Center helped him to get back on his feet. Those were very different times.
It's become really bad. Before COVID, we were able to move people in. It was easier for us to move them in. There was more government vouchers, there was more government assistance. COVID hit and put a stop to that. And then the after COVID is the effect of these apartment complexes going up sky high. And people on Social Security, their limit is $800. And if you're making $800 a month and all of a sudden your rent goes up $200 more, well, your neighbor can pay it, but you're facing homelessness. For the first time in your life, you're being evicted and put on the street. And there's nobody thinks twice about it. We had a 90-year-old lady that called for all her life. She'd never been homeless. She never knew nothing about it until the new landlords bought it. The new owners bought it, and they gave her 10 days to leave. They evicted her, 10 days. And she was put on the street.
Men and women over 55 who live alone run the biggest risk of becoming homeless in the USA. Young people become homeless too, but the elderly tend to die more quickly on the streets, largely due to their ailments and illnesses. Donna Mae Wilson, age 62, has been homeless for over 2 years.
I got a commercial for you.
She is a veteran. Her father was the captain of an aircraft carrier. She studied, was a retail manager before tragic circumstances meant she became homeless. But she hasn't lost her wicked sense of humor.
Has anybody ever heard of these two? Believe me, because I wear them. One is white, the other one's black. This is black. And they got trousers to go with them. Have you tried them out? And they're very comfortable. So try them out. You might like them. And they cost about the same as the other Depends. Only difference is they come in a variety of colors.
Deborah Flame, age 61, never dreamt that an increase in rent would make her homeless one day. She has epilepsy, and that is very dangerous out on the streets in Phoenix summers.
So hot, so hot. See, all the way up here, here. That was skin graft.
What's the concrete asphalt?
The concrete, you know, I was at a bus stop. So what's around it, I felt I had a seizure, grand mal seizure, and fell on the concrete and was flopping like a fish for 10 minutes before paramedics got to me. Because our average temperature of the concrete and pavement in Phoenix, Arizona is 178 degrees, according to the news station. I have 4th, 5th, and 6th degree burns over 30% of my body because I was on the concrete for about 10 minutes before paramedics got to me. And this is, they had to do a skin graft from my thigh to, I had burned the back of my arm to a 6th degree burn. And that is this arm now, the one that we had shown before. That's what it looks like. I don't know if you can get both or.
Thank you.
Digital necessities, which homeless senior citizens no longer have, are available in the Justice Center. A computer with internet connection, for example. Mobile phones, and most importantly, charging points. Peter wanted to check his bank account balance. He has to call the bank using the Justice Center's phone.
I'm trying to get into my account online to update my address, but it won't let me get in. It's saying too many attempts to get in my account to try again later. And this has been since yesterday morning. Everything was lost in the move. I got robbed. And they took my suitcase with all my paperwork in it. And I'm an old man. I'm without a vehicle. I'm calling you from a company phone because I don't even have my cell phone because I got robbed of it. And I got robbed for my phone and my shoes at gunpoint. Some young kid, he woke me up. And then he said, let me have your money. I said, I ain't got no money. You might as well just shoot me. And he didn't. So I know God had something to do with that. And that next morning, I thought, what the hell am I going to do? I'm out here behind a building sleeping.
Rudy is very familiar with stories like these. Baby boomers, of all people. The generation born after the Second World War that experienced economic growth and progress on a scale never seen before in the history of humankind, in the USA and in Phoenix, Arizona.
I think there's about 70% of seniors now. 70. The senior population is outdoing the younger group. These are the people that built America to where it is now. Why are we hurting them like that? You know, they broke their backs to do what we did to have what we have. And I don't know the answer really, to be honest with you. But I just see that if somebody doesn't step up and be serious about this, instead of just throwing the millions of dollars around, the senior population will outgrow most of all of it. And then what's going to happen with the population coming below them? It's going to triple it. And society is not looking at that. Our government officials aren't looking at that.
1,500 homeless people are living in the zone near the city center. Phoenix has been booming and growing for years because companies, along with their employees, moved from California to Phoenix as things are less expensive here in this desert state in Sun Valley in Maricopa County. On the one hand, city authorities are proud of this rate of growth.
We not only have a lot of baby boomers in our community, but knowing that they're on fixed incomes, and when housing prices do increase and their rent may increase dramatically, they're not able, their income is not increasing, so they're not able to keep up with it. So here in Maricopa County, we are finding that people over the age of 55 on fixed income is one of the fastest growing populations of people experiencing homelessness. What we really need to do is focus on preventing people from coming into homelessness. Until we are really able to help prevent as many people, keep as many people housed as we can, we'll sort of always be in this crisis mode of trying to find some place for them to go, someplace safe for them to be, and necessary resources to help them get back into housing. So really that's where the city is not only focusing on those immediate crisis situations, but preventing people from going into homelessness and then helping them exit quickly into housing.
But this is also a question of changing the laws. How is it possible that house owners in Phoenix, Arizona, or Arizona can lift up the rent that quickly?
Well, so we as the city of Phoenix are helping to create new affordable housing. We fund new developments constantly. My team, in fact, we just bought a hotel that we are converting into affordable housing. It'll be specifically for older adults, age 55 and older, who are very low income.
In January 2023, The official number of homeless people in Maricopa County, including Phoenix, stood at 9,642. 49% of them had no emergency shelter overnight. Out of the 1,500 homeless people in the Phoenix zone, 900 at least have a roof over their head at night. 600 sleep outside. Like Vicky Eichelberger, age 68 and single. First, she lost her home in Nebraska, and then she lost her papers on the way to Arizona. In the eyes of the American authorities, she doesn't exist anymore.
I was married 38 years. Worked at a feedlot for 38 years, and I started working when I was about 9, mowing yards, raking yards. I've worked all my life. Yeah, I finally got my teeth today after they were stolen. And they was only 2 weeks old when I moved down here. They stole them from where I had my clothes and stuff. I had my clothes stolen 3 times since I've been here. And the last time they stole my clothes, they took my teeth right out of the container that they was in the cleaner with. Yeah, I'm surprised that I see people my age or older that are homeless. I mean, I'm not really homeless. I just got to wait to get my ID and my Social Security so I can even fill out an app to even get an apartment, because they're going to want all that information. Otherwise, I wouldn't be down here. I mean, I might be crazy, but I ain't stupid. I wouldn't want this kind of life.
Vicky goes to her social worker's office at the Human Services campus, an area in the zone with 16 partner organizations. They provide support to all the homeless, young and old. Today, Vicky is sorting out her new health insurance, a crucial step on her journey to bureaucratic existence in the eyes of both the authorities and landlords.
Yeah, this is Vicky Eichelberger, and I need to talk to an agent about my health insurance. EICHELBERGER. I'm just waiting to get the insurance card through the mail because they mailed it to the wrong address. Well, you can see if that's the insurance I got. I guess that's who I have to talk to. No. God, I hate talking to an automated this. No, I like to talk to a real life person. Transfer me to an advocate. This is Vicky Eichelberger, EICHELBERGER. Well, yeah, see, they sent the new card to address 206, and it's, I don't know how they got that address, but the address is 232 12th Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona.
Half an hour on the phone, and a few days later, the health insurance card arrives at the Human Services campus. 12,000 homeless people get help here every year. Amy Schwabenländer is the CEO of the Human Services campus with its 16 partner organizations. She looks at the portraits of homeless people who have found a home again. And from her office window, out at the 600 homeless people they are unable to house overnight.
It hurts me every day. It hurts me to know that the resources are available in the U.S. to be able to help everyone. And we're not doing it as a society. It hurts me that we're not treating homelessness as a public health crisis. We know housing is healthcare. People can't be healthy without a home. Yet we can have almost 600 people living right around us. And all the organizations here are doing everything they can to connect people to services, put them on a path to housing, but we can't end homelessness today for every single person.
We are standing on holy ground, and I know that there are angels all around. Let us praise him, praise Jesus now. We are standing in his presence on holy ground. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Father, Father, precious Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. Hey, how are you? How you doing? You doing better? Good, good.
At around 5 p.m., Peter Moyer heads to the Human Services campus. He wants to spend the night there. Check in.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys' work. Appreciate your work. We're home, buddy. We're home. Get a good night's rest, okay?
In the evening, we can only accompany him to the dormitory door. Vicky Eichelberger came to Phoenix in January. Initially, she wanted to stay with a friend, but that plan fell through. Without any paperwork, she couldn't even rent a room, despite having a pension of over $1,300 a month. Vicky knows the dormitories at the Human Services campus.
I did stay in there for 3.5 months when I came here in January. But there's too much drama, and all the women are fighting and screaming at each other. And I'm an outside person anyway, so I just prefer to be outside.
Well, how is it here at night?
Well, you always got people arguing and fighting. There ain't a night that goes by that there ain't something that happens. But if it don't involve me, I just mind my own business. I mean, if they come and give me shit, I'm going to give them shit back.
During filming, Vicky had already been waiting for her ID for a month. It's supposed to arrive within 5 to 10 days. The next morning, we were allowed to film Peter in the dormitory after some tidying up, following an eventful night.
Ready to go, Superman? This is where I lay my head down at night after I take care of my business during the day. This is it. Yeah, didn't sleep at all last night. Superman was up and about, got keen hearing. He helps me with my hearing. So the thunder and the lightning had him startled. So it was a bad storm. It was our monsoon season that comes in every night. And we didn't sleep last night at all.
Peter and a lawyer are still fighting to claim the pension from his first employer. That would be $2,200. Added to his disability pension, he would get the rather tidy sum of $3,500 a month. That should work out next year, he hopes. Then he may go back to Globe, the town where he was born, 90 miles away from Phoenix. His grandparents and parents were immigrants from Spain and New Mexico, and they were dirt poor. But then they made good money in Globe's copper mines. His father made a career in the trade union. That's why they moved to Phoenix when Peter was 10 years old. There were 11 siblings, Peter the only one still alive. At the cemetery, he's looking for his grandfather's grave, to no end. And eventually, he finds his grandmother's grave.
They're all dead. I don't know why God left me here. Took everybody. It's lonely, just a lonely, ugly feeling. It's like it was yesterday. 50 years just gone, you know. I get tired trying to get me out of this situation. I don't know what to do in this situation. With that same blood that runs through them, it runs through me. So I'll get out of this. I got no time for no bullshit, though. I want some peace in my life. Peace, that's all I want. I think I needed to come out of here. Just
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real.
Employers in the industrial area in the zone took the city of Phoenix to court over the 600 homeless who are living in tents in front of their premises, close to the Human Services campus. A judge ordered the eviction. Together with NGOs and other partners, the city's been trying to find accommodation for everyone for several months now. The University of Pennsylvania estimates that 225,000 people over the age of 55 could be living without a roof over their heads in the US by the year 2026. That's 32% more than in 2017.
And that video was 2 years old. It just seemed. So wow, that's crazy, man. So if you do have somewhere to live, be grateful that you have somewhere to live. Definitely. This shit is getting beyond out of hand. So now we're gonna switch back gears to Denver and local news here in Denver. So since the government reopened back up, one of our representatives, Jason Crow's offices were receiving death threats. And then a fired Denver officers who joked about shooting migrants retired to other agencies.
It's been cloudy, mostly dry in Denver today. That's good news for anyone traveling, especially driving during Thanksgiving. But the Mile High City is just itching for some meaningful moisture. We could finally get some next weekend. Wait around. We're glad you're with us. I'm Kim Christensen.
And I'm Phil Lipoff. While we are pretty dry in most of the metro area tonight, it's a different story. Further south, 9 News Chief Meteorologist Kathy Sabin is tracking the system for us, Kathy, and we're now talking about next weekend. What are you looking at?
Well, first of all, we have a huge storm that's spinning over Colorado. And right here in Denver, you wouldn't know it. It's cloudy, it's calm, and it's cool, but it's dry. Down south, we have rain and snow covering half of Colorado. Well, we're sitting here in downtown Denver with the temperature close to 50 degrees. This is a big storm. Looks like a spring-like storm, that counterclockwise rotation, bringing bands of showers back into the Front Range. Heavy rain from Colorado Springs to Sterling to North Platte, and snow outside of Colorado Springs, Pikes Peak, and across the southern mountains. Accumulating snow, winter weather and winter driving conditions actually exist. This way to start a busy holiday week. Looks cold with the potential for snow in Denver. The timing and impact is coming up.
This year, we've seen acts of political violence from assassinations to arson, experts say. We've also seen an increase in dangerous rhetoric.
9 News reporter Angela McCall joins us to break down a new threat against lawmakers, including a congressman from Colorado.
President Trump just days ago called Democratic Representative Jason Crow's behavior punishable by death, along with other lawmakers. And within days, every single one of those lawmakers says they've seen a surge of threats against them. Death threats targeting Democratic Representative Jason Crow.
You deserve to die. I hope you all get murdered. I hope you all get throat slashed. You disgraced America.
He received calls like these days after President Trump posted on social media calling his behavior seditious and punishable by death. The president's comments were in response to this video posted by Crow and 5 other Democratic lawmakers.
Threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
On CNN, Crow responded to the president's post.
I'm not going to be intimidated. I'm not going to be threatened.
Then late Friday, Crow said his office received death threats.
Social media does create an environment where threats are easy to make and potentially easy to make with very little consequence.
Associate Professor of Political Science Phil Chen says threats like these are becoming more common.
We've seen a lot of elites engaging in this kind of violent rhetoric against political opponents.
President Trump eventually clarified he wasn't calling for anyone's death.
To me, it's clear, right, that like you can say, I didn't mean that, but it's still there. And if you didn't mean it, you would have taken the post down, and that hasn't happened.
The threats against Crow's office followed increased political violence this year with the assassination of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, along with conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
What we do know from the research on this is that elites using sort of violent rhetoric or failing to denounce violence and violent rhetoric leads people to be at least more supportive of political violence.
Chen says this is a chance to shift what we accept from leaders on both sides.
I think it's important to remember the humanity of individuals, of the other side. But I think the bigger thing we need to do is hold politicians accountable when they endorse violent rhetoric and when they fail to denounce violent rhetoric, because that is the way that a lot of this spreads.
Another part of this worry is that as threats of violence rise, people could be discouraged to run for office. Chen says that would really threaten the composition of our democratic institutions as we see threats on every level, including on the city as well as locally. Angela McCall, 9 News.
An Israeli man who was held hostage by Hamas for more than 500 days is bringing his story of hope to Colorado. Tonight, Omer Shem Tov spoke in Longmont. He was taken by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, during that attack on the Nova Music Festival. He was just 22 years old. He told the crowd tonight that he was starved, isolated, pressured to participate in propaganda, but he resisted, leaning on his inner strength and faith, knowing, he said, he'd make it out of there one day. It's something, he says, he learned from his family.
My parents, they always taught me that positive thinking creates positive reality.
Omer was released this past February. He spent 505 days in captivity.
As the holidays bring joy to so many, they can also be really hard for those navigating challenges like depression and grief.
Colorado has one of the highest rates of suicide deaths in the nation. As 9 News reporter Rachel Krause shows us, experts say talking about it can actually help get rid of the stigma and turn that trend around.
It just doesn't feel real.
It's been more than a year since Amanda Killam lost her boyfriend, Rob.
Sometimes it'll hit me out of nowhere. I'll be driving and I'll want to tell him something, and then I have to remember that I can't tell him.
Amanda says Rob loved the gym, their dogs, and sports.
He was a huge football guy. Sad he's not here to see this year because it's a really good year for Denver.
They'd been together for 7 years, but Rob's health challenges had been around far longer. In his 20s, Rob had kidney failure and a stroke. Years later, his kidney failed again, bringing another round of health challenges.
Even though on the outside he showed how strong he was, but he was struggling on the inside.
Last June, Rob died by suicide. He was 42.
With such a traumatic loss like that, I was like, I'm going to need to see a therapist.
Amanda came in immediately after she lost Rob, and so that's pretty unique. And I think the fact that she has stuck with weekly therapy for a long time shows a level of resilience that I wish that we all had courage to face.
Mandy Doria works with people experiencing trauma and grief, including suicide. something that's impacted many in Colorado.
You can't really throw a stone too far without hitting somebody that has experienced this kind of loss, unfortunately. So we're really wanting to normalize that.
CDC data shows Colorado ranks in the top 10 for suicide deaths and has for years. Doria says slowing that trend starts with people tackling their grief head on.
Because people don't speak about it, I do think it's really important. I have noticed there's a lot of shame behind it.
Amanda says removing the stigma, the shame around suicide won't be simple, but it starts with a conversation.
I never want anyone to feel the way that I have felt in losing somebody. And so if I can raise that awareness to help somebody, why not?
A year after Rob's death, Amanda wanted to find a way to honor his memory. So she's started a line of clothing designed to spark conversations about mental health and help people know that they're helped and loved. She says it's already getting people talking while giving her space to share about Rob. Rachel Krause, 9 News.
Thanks, Rachel. If you or someone you know is struggling, you can call or text Colorado Crisis Services or the National Suicide Lifeline. The numbers are on your screen right now. That's 988 to speak with trained counselors 24 hours a day. We also have this information in this story on 9news.com.
Thanks for joining us at 5 o'clock. I'm Alexandra Lewis.
And I'm Kim Christensen. We have an update tonight on the Denver police officers who were fired after joking about shooting migrants.
2 of the 3 terminated officers have been rehired by other police agencies. As you imagine, this news doesn't sit well with migrant advocacy groups. 9 News investigative reporter Jeremy Hohola heard from the agencies who hired them and learned more about where they are now.
Yeah, and policing words matter, even when they happen in a text thread. A year ago, the city of Denver fired 3 officers for joking about going to target practice at migrant shelters. A year later, 2 of them are back to wearing the badge. They thought the text group chat of 40 cops wouldn't be leaked last year. A joke about target practice at migrant shelters in Denver played out in the thread in March of 2024. Denver officer Rodrigo Basurdo wrote, "Should go to the migrant hotel on 6th and Federal and shoot them there, LOL, plenty of targets." Officer Megan Joy responded, LMAO, with a laughing emoji. Officer Scott Persichetti asked, "When we doing this?" The joking got 3 of them in front of internal affairs investigators and then got them fired from DPD last year. Today, we've learned Scott Persichetti has been hired in the small town of Keensburg, just south of Greeley, and is training to be a school resource officer.
I think they should have done their due diligence when they hired him.
Sonny Subia is the state director of the League of United Latin American Citizens in Colorado. He's also a state-certified expulsion hearing officer who works with SROs often. He calls the rehiring of Persichetti disturbing.
Those are the people, the face of the department. And sometimes these are the first times kids have any interaction with the officer. And of course, it's going to get out that he was fired for making some racial comments. And it's going to be disturbing to some of the kids that are there.
Keensburg Chief of Police James Jensen sent us a statement saying Officer Persichetti has shown genuine remorse. People mess up. What tends to define us more is what we do afterward, whether we own it, make it right, and keep trying to do better, the chief added. We've also learned Officer Rodrigo Basurdo, who was an immigrant himself and got his citizenship in 2022, was recently hired as an officer in the city of Sheridan, south of Denver. His new chief of police sent a statement saying, in part, "I believe in second chances. If your loved one lived an admirable life and then made a mistake, I believe we would all want them to have a second chance." As for Megan Joy, online records show she is still state certified to be an officer, but is not currently employed. And these officers will forever carry the mark of termination on their records as required by state law. Both chiefs of police say their new hires are excelling at their new jobs. Alex, back to you.
Excelling or not, public trust, I would have to imagine, is just in the gutter in this situation.
Yeah, a lot of, things were said in that text thread. But in the end here, it looks like it was fellow officers or officers who turned them into IA.
Something to think about there. All right, Jeremy, thank you for this.
Taking a live look outside right now on a Monday, a nice fall day around the metro area. Things may look a little different come the weekend. I mean, it has been kind of looking the same for weeks and weeks. Our weather impact team is finally tracking the chance for snow. Kathy.
It's been a crazy fall. It has. And we're still getting used to the sun setting so early outside. There was so much color in the sky. But now the sun has gone down. Temperatures in the mid 50s this afternoon. Typically, we've seen snow at this point. Temperatures trend in the upper 40s this time of year, but not with the current weather pattern. Dry northwest flow aloft will bring in a little bit of moisture for the northern mountains, but pretty quiet along the Front Range. And the sun has set now in Ray, pretty out that way. A little color still left in the sky in the Fort Collins area, but the wind is picking up with that dry front rolling through, and it will offer in a tiny bit of moisture for the northern mountains, but not much for Denver. Instead, we'll be looking at a little bit of wind that will be picking up out of the northwest. But also, as I mentioned, there is the chance for just a little bit of snow. Winter Park, Kremling, Oak Creek, Eagle, you maybe get a light dusting late tonight into early tomorrow morning. This week will generally overall be a good week of travel across the state. The bigger changes come at the end of the week. Certainly a colder forecast, but it's also looking like it could actually snow here in Denver. And the average date of the first snowfall is mid-October. So we are due. And right now, Saturday and Sunday, potential weather impact alerts because of what could be pretty impactful cold and snow. So I'll have the timing, the impact, all those details about next weekend's forecast coming up.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife is looking for anyone who might have information on the illegal killing of a mountain lion near Gunnison City Mountain Park. CPW says on Friday they received reports of a mountain lion carcass near the group campsites at Taylor Canyon. When the agency arrived, they found a female mountain lion had been shot in the chest and left in the bushes. CPW says that mountain lion had previously been part of their density study in the Gunnison Basin, and they're looking for any information about that killing. If you know anything, reach out to their Gunnison Wildlife Office.
New video tonight shows the moment a man tried to break into an ATM in Commerce City using a blowtorch. Commerce City police say this incident happened last month at the Community Credit Union on East 72nd Avenue. They say his attempt to breaking into that machine, well, didn't work. However, they'd still like to hold him accountable. Police say he caused a serious amount of damage and they have not been able to identify him. So if you have any information about this wild crime, reach out to Commerce City Police.
A Denver ruling is strengthening wage protections for adult entertainers. A district court judge ruled last week that strip club dancers are considered workers and are covered by the city's wage and employment laws. The decision backs a Denver auditor's investigation that found clubs like Diamond Cabaret and Rick's Cabaret committed wage theft. Investigators say the clubs refused to provide payroll records and argued dancers weren't covered by city rules. Despite multiple appeals from the clubs, the court sided with Denver Labor, saying the city does have the authority to investigate and enforce wage laws. The auditor's office has ordered the clubs to pay affected workers more than $13 million in restitution.
A Fort Collins Mexican restaurant is closing its doors after more than 60 years in the community. El Burrito announced in a social media post that it will close by the end of the year. The restaurant did not give a reason for the closure or a specific date. El Burrito is located on Lincoln Street. It opened in 1960 under the Godinez family.
The city of Fort Collins is extending its free parking this holiday season. Parking in the city's 3 downtown garages are already free on Sundays, but now it'll be free on Saturdays as well. This will start November 29th and last through January 3rd at the Civic Center Old Town and Firehouse Alley parking garages. City officials hope these extra days will make it easier for people to visit downtown shops and events.
We start tonight with some breaking news.
5 people, including 3 children, are dead after a head-on crash south of Franktown in Douglas County. 9 News reporter Spencer Swisher is in Franktown for us tonight. Spencer, we know that 2 other kids survived the crash. They went to the hospital.
Yeah, so 7 total, 5 dead, 2 kids, like you mentioned, in the hospital. This happened in a pretty rural area south of Franktown at about 4:40 this afternoon. Colorado State Patrol says the driver of a small Toyota sedan was headed south on Highway 83 and lost control into the right shoulder. CSP described that the driver tried to correct it and then crashed head-on into another car headed in the northbound lane. The driver of the Toyota was thrown from the car and killed. The sedan that they crashed into had an adult driver and 5 kids inside of it. That driver and 3 of the kids inside the car were killed. The other 2 flown to a hospital near here. So you heard him.
They went off onto the right shoulder.
before coming back onto the road where it began to rotate. It then went in front of Vehicle 2, where Vehicle 2 was struck head-on. Vehicle 1 then rolled and came into contact with the front of Vehicle 3, which is that Ford F-250.
So that third car that he mentioned there, the truck, that only involved minor damage and was hit after that first driver, the car of the first driver, continued to go. Right now, we don't have any information on the kids who are in the hospital, and CSP says they're still investigating the circumstances around this crash. Live in Franktown, Spencer Soisher, 9 News.
Speaking of weather tonight, a cold front is coming through tomorrow with temperatures dropping. Denver is preparing to open up its cold weather shelters. All shelters are pet friendly. They have security. They have food and showers, blankets. They will open at 1 tomorrow afternoon. They're expected to close 11 Wednesday morning. 9 News Chief Meteorologist Kathy Sabin is here with your forecast. The shift is coming our way. When will it hit? Tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we had a weak wave come through today. We have another one coming through tomorrow. It will be a dry weather system for Denver, but temperatures in the next couple of nights will drop into the lower and middle 20s. And this system may offer a little bit of light snow to the northern mountains, but it's a fairly weak system, but certainly cold with lows 22 to about 24 both tomorrow night and also Wednesday night. Tonight, the talk was all about the sunset. It was beautiful in areas like Grand Lake. This picture coming in from the Boulder area, even up in Winter Park. I mean, orange, red, pink, purple, beautiful sight. We have 50s along the Front Range, even though the sun has set. Another mild afternoon, but wow, is the wind picking up in advance of that front. Along the foothills, we have a gust of 30 and 40 miles per hour. Last night's storm system is off to the east of us. It has created tornadoes in central Texas, tornado warnings in Houston, and they're still dealing with the threat of severe weather along a line up to Memphis tonight and St. Louis. Cold and snow from Rapid City back to Billings. There's a bit of a blizzard in central Montana. Thousands of people without power as this weather system misses Colorado, but does bring in some cool air tonight and tomorrow, and maybe enough moisture for a couple of snow showers in the northern and central mountains. We don't have any advisories for snow or travel, and the light accumulation from Steamboat, Walden, Aspen, down to Crested Butte is welcome. Temperatures in the 50s now, 40s during the overnight time period. Coming up, we have that evening cool front coming in, another system tomorrow. Generally a good week for holiday travelers, but it is all eyes on next weekend for a blast of cold and potential metro snow.
The death of a climbing guide in Idaho Springs was operator error, according to state investigators. 26-year-old Olivia Copeland died September 20th after falling during a tour of the Via Ferrata course on Mount Blue Sky. She was working for AVA, Arkansas Valley Adventures. A report from state regulators says Copeland was not properly connected to a rope and was not wearing the right footwear. The report also found AVA did not properly train its staff or maintain proper records. AVA is part of a company called the Outlaw Group. Its CEO told us she does not agree with the findings of the investigation, and the company will meet with state regulators. There's a separate investigation by OSHA that's still happening. Coloradans may have had personal information compromised in a cyber attack on Code Red.
That's what several counties in our state use to notify people of emergencies like fires and floods. 90's reporter Janelle Finch joins us after speaking with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, where tens of thousands are opted in.
Kyle, Alex, we're talking names, phone numbers, addresses, and passwords for all of the users that opted in to Code Red. DCSO says there isn't anything to indicate that that information has been published online, but still, they wanted to let people know about the possible leak.
It's the alert nobody wants to see. A possible data breach may have leaked sensitive information.
For us, Code Red has always worked, unfortunately, until it didn't.
According to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, a group of cybercriminals targeted Code Red, a mobile emergency alert app.
Yes.
Taylor Davis is the division chief of support services. She says about 30 to 50% of the county uses Code Red.
We have 88,000 landlines that are opted into Code Red, and then we have about 130,000 cell phone users.
Davis says dispatchers had issues accessing the platform November 10th. She says less than 2 weeks later, Code Red informed the sheriff's office of the data breach.
Just about a month ago, we did pay almost a $65,000 contract to Code Red. The legal team for the 911 board is working on what this means for our contract. Will we get any money back? Are we going to try to fight to get money back?
Davis says the plan is to onboard another alert system before the end of the year, but she knows users may be more cautious to opt in to a new service.
Obviously, we want folks to opt into this system. We think there's a lot of value in it. But if people choose not to because they don't trust it, we respect that as well.
Davis adds, once a new company is selected, Code Red users may get a text where they can choose to opt in or out.
The hope is that with a new company and that we're not staying with Code Red, just hoping that they can get the issues fixed, that'll help maybe some of the trust issues that are there now.
She says in the meantime, emergency notifications won't go away. Davis says they're going door to door and using social media to keep people safe and informed.
We have to tell people what's going on in their neighborhood.
The data breach also impacted Weld County. They're using another emergency alert system through Larimer County. We also know that Arapahoe County began the process of moving away from Code Red in October. Still, they did notify people on social media about the data breach. Code Red did not respond to our request for information tonight. Live in Denver, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
2 former Denver police officers fired for joking about shooting migrants are back working in law enforcement. Last year, we reported on the terminations of Megan Joy, Scott Preschetti, and Rodrigo Basurdo. They made jokes in a text thread talking about target practice at migrant shelters. 9 News Investigates has learned that Basurdo has recently been hired as an officer in the city of Sheridan, just south of Denver. And Preschetti has been hired by the town of Keensburg, just south of Greeley. He's training to be a school resource officer. That all doesn't sit well with one migrant advocacy group.
Those are the people, the face of the department. And sometimes these are the first times kids have any interaction with the officer. And of course, you know, it's going to get out that he was fired for making some racial comments. And it's going to be disturbing to some of the kids that are there.
The chiefs of police who hired the officers each told us they believe in second chances and that the 2 officers are excelling in their new roles. Records show that the other officer involved, Megan Joy, has kept her state police certification but is not currently working in law enforcement. A former police officer in Loveland will be back in federal court this week, accused of sexually assaulting a teenage girl while on duty. Dylan Miller was arrested in November 2023, shortly after the teenager reported he approached her and a friend in a park in Loveland. The teenager told police that Miller sent her friend away and then assaulted her in a secluded area. He was placed on leave, then fired the day he was arrested. Miller's trial began last week, continued today with emotional testimony from the girl's grandmother. She described it.
Why am I not surprised about that last story that we've been saying for years? They don't get fired, they just get transferred. And that's a prime example of that.
Dramatic shift in her granddaughter's behavior after the alleged assault, said that her granddaughter ran away before finally telling her grandparents that a police officer had assaulted her.
9 News Investigates has learned this month's large fentanyl bust at a storage unit in Douglas County is part of a multi-state federal investigation. Court documents show more than 5 million fentanyl pills were seized across Colorado and New Mexico as part of the same operation. Officials in New Mexico announced a record seizure this month, along with 16 arrests. Among them, a man who DEA identified as a Sinaloa cartel leader. The next day here in Colorado, that man's brother was arrested during a bust where authorities found 800,000 pills. And last week, investigators uncovered another 1.7 million inside a storage unit in Douglas County. Deputies say someone bought what looked like an abandoned locker and immediately called authorities.
Minutes of that phone call, they were able to link this seizure that you see here to an ongoing and active DEA investigation.
At this point, at least 20 people have been arrested in this case.
A new statewide survey shows nearly a third of Coloradans struggle to afford basic necessities like housing, food, and healthcare, and renters are getting hit the hardest. The 2025 Colorado Health Access Survey found 11% of Coloradans reported having trouble paying their rent or mortgage this year. Renters specifically had a harder burden. 48% reported affordability problems compared to 27% of homeowners. Here in Denver, eviction filings tell a similar story. The Denver metro area has seen just under 14,000 eviction filings so far this year, slightly down from last year's 16,000, but still drastically higher than pre-pandemic levels.
This decrease obviously is important to celebrate,
but it's not enough to show us that there's a significant change happening.
Survey also found that more than a quarter of Coloradans say they put off health care due to the cost, and 1 in 10 said they didn't have enough to eat.
A Denver court confirms strippers are workers who are protected under the city's wage laws. The decision backs a Denver auditor's investigation that found clubs like Diamond Cabaret and Rick's Cabaret committed wage theft. Investigators say the clubs refused to provide payroll records and argued dancers weren't covered by city rules. Despite multiple appeals from the clubs, the court sided with Denver labor, saying the city does have the authority to investigate and enforce wage laws. The strip clubs at the center of the court battles say they will appeal again. The auditor's office is also trying to get Diamond Cabaret and Rick's Cabaret to pay nearly $14 million in restitution for more than 200 workers.
All right, that's all I have for y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all join us later on today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Hopefully Shabaka will be back by then. And we might be going back over some of these topics we just covered earlier. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. This is going to conclude Season 6, Episode 1, Part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. Join us tomorrow or later on today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Season 11, Episode 2. And we'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, delineations, and Black empowerment. Sharon Kuma signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. Peace. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Mac for coming through.